112. And tomorrow when thou comest in, if thou findest not that Bel hath eaten up all, we will suffer death, or else Daniel, that speaketh falsely against us. 113. And they little regarded it, for under the table they had made a privy entrance, whereby they entered in continually, and consumed those things. 114. So when they were gone forth, the king set meats before Bel. Now Daniel had commanded his servants to bring ashes, and those they strewed throughout all the temple in the presence of the king alone. Then went they out and shut the door, and sealed it with the king's signet, and so departed. 115. Now in the night came the priests with their wives and children, as they were wont to do, and did eat and drink up all. 116. In the morning betime the king arose, and Daniel with him. 117. And the king said, Daniel, are the seals whole? And he said, Yea, O king, they be whole. 118. And as soon as he had opened the dower, the king looked upon the table, and cried with a loud voice, Great art thou, O Bel, and with thee is no deceit at all. 119. Then laughed Daniel, and held the king that he should not go in, and said, Behold now the pavement, and mark well whose footsteps are these. 120. And the king said, I see the footsteps of men, women, and children. And then the king was angry. 121. And took the priests with their wives and children, who showed him the privy doors, where they came in, and consumed such things as were upon the table. 122. Therefore the king slew them, and delivered Bel into Daniel's power, who destroyed him and his temple. 123. And in that same place there was a great dragon, which they of Babylon worshipped. 124. And the king said unto Daniel, Wilt thou also say that this is of brass? Lo, he liveth, he eateth and drinketh. Thou canst not say that he is no living God, therefore worship him. 125. Then said Daniel unto the king, I will worship the Lord my God, for he is the living God. 126. But give me leave, O king, and I shall slay this dragon without sword or staff. The king said, I give thee leave. 127. Then Daniel took pitch and fat and hair, and did seethe them together, and made lumps thereof. This he put in the dragon's mouth. And so the dragon burst in sunder. And Daniel said, Lo, these are the gods ye worship. 128. When they of Babylon heard that, they took great indignation, and conspired against the king, saying, The king is become a Jew, and he hath destroyed Bel, he hath slain the dragon, and put the priests to death. 129. So they came to the king, and said, Deliver us, Daniel, or else we will destroy thee and thine house. 130. Now, when the king saw that they pressed him sore, being constrained, he delivered Daniel unto them. 131. Who cast him into the lion's den, where he was 6 days. 132. And in the den there were 7 lions, and they had given them every day 2 carcasses and 2 sheep, which then were not given to them, to the intent they might devour Daniel. 133. Now there was in Juri a prophet called Habakkuk, who had made pottage, and had broken bread in a bowl, and was going into the field to bring it to the reapers. 134. But the angel of the Lord said unto Habakkuk, Go carry the dinner that thou hast into Babylon unto Daniel, who is in the lion's den. 135. And Habakkuk said, Lord, I never saw Babylon, neither do I know where the den is. 136. Then the angel of the Lord took him by the crown, and bare him by the hair of his head, and through the vehemency of his spirit set him in Babylon over the den. 137. And Habakkuk cried, saying, O Daniel, Daniel, take the dinner which God hath sent thee. 138. And Daniel said, Thou hast remembered me, O God, neither hast thou forsaken them that seek thee and love thee. 139. So Daniel arose and did eat, and the angel of the Lord set Habakkuk in his own place again immediately. 140. Upon the 7th day the king went to bewail Daniel, and when he came to the den, he looked in, and behold, Daniel was sitting. 141. Then cried the king with a loud voice, saying, Great art Lord God of Daniel, and there is none other beside thee. 142, and he drew him out and cast those that were the cause of his destruction into the den, and they were devoured in a moment before his face. The prayer of Manasseh, king of Judah. O Lord, Almighty God of our fathers Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and of their righteous seed, who hast made heaven and earth with all the ornament thereof, who hast bound the sea by the word of thy commandment, who hast shut up the deep, and sealed it by thy terrible and glorious name, whom all men fear and tremble before thy power, for the majesty of thy glory cannot be borne, and thine angry threatening toward sinners is importable, but thy merciful promise is unmeasurable and unsearchable, for thou art the most high Lord of great compassion, long-suffering, very merciful, and repentest of the evils of men. Thou, O Lord, according to thy great goodness, hast promised repentance and forgiveness to them that have sinned against thee, and of thine infinite mercies hast appointed repentance unto sinners, that they may be saved. Thou therefore, O Lord, that art the God of the just, hast not appointed repentance to the just as to Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, which have not sinned against thee, but thou hast appointed repentance unto me, that am a sinner, for I have sinned above the number of the sands of the sea. My transgressions, O Lord, are multiplied, my transgressions are multiplied, and I am not worthy to behold and see the height of heaven. For the multitude of mine iniquities I am bowed down with many iron bands, that I cannot lift up mine head, neither have any release. For I have provoked thy wrath, and done evil before thee. I did not, thy will, neither kept I thy commandments. I have set up abominations, and have multiplied offenses. Now therefore I bow the knee of mine heart, beseeching thee of grace. I have sinned, O Lord, I have sinned, and I acknowledge mine iniquities. Wherefore I humbly beseech thee, forgive me, O Lord, forgive me, and destroy me not with mine iniquities. Be not angry with me forever by reserving evil for me, neither condemn me to the lower parts of the earth, for thou art the God, even the God of them that repent, and in me thou wilt show all thy goodness, for thou wilt save me, that am unworthy, according to thy great mercy. Therefore I will praise thee forever all the days of my life. For all the powers of the heavens do praise thee, and thine is the glory forever and ever. Amen. The first book of the Maccabees. 11. And it happened, after that Alexander son of Philip, the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Chetim, had smitten Darius king of the Persians and Medes, that he reigned in his stead, the first over Greece. 12. And made many wars, and won many strongholds, and slew the kings of the earth. 13. And went through to the ends of the earth, and took spoils of many nations, insomuch that the earth was quiet before him, whereupon he was exalted, and his heart was lifted up. 14. And he gathered a mighty strong host, and ruled over countries and nations and kings, who became tributaries unto him. 15. And after these things he fell sick, and perceived that he should die. 16. Wherefore he called his servants, such as were honorable, and had been brought up with him from his youth, and parted his kingdom among them while he was yet alive. 17. So Alexander reigned 12 years, and then died. 18. And his servants bare rule every one in his place. 19. And after his death they all put crowns upon themselves, so did their sons after them. Many years and evils were multiplied in the earth. 110. And there came out of them a wicked root, Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, son of Antiochus, the king, who had been an hostage at Rome, and he reigned in the 137th year of the kingdom of the Greeks. 111. In those days went there out of Israel wicked men, who persuaded many, saying, Let us go and make a covenant with the heathen that are round about us, for since we departed from them, we have had much sorrow. 112. So this device pleased them well. 113. Then certain of the people were so forward herein, that they went to the king, who gave them license to do after the ordinances of the heathen. 114. Whereupon they built a place of exercise at Jerusalem, according to the customs of the heathen. 115. And made themselves uncircumcised, and forsook the holy covenant, and joined themselves to the heathen, and were sold to do mischief. 116. Now, when the kingdom was established before Antiochus, he thought to reign over Egypt, that he might have the dominion of 2 realms. 117. Wherefore he entered into Egypt with a great multitude, with chariots and elephants and horsemen, and a great navy. 118. And made war against Ptolemy king of Egypt, but Ptolemy was afraid of him and fled, and many were wounded to death. 119. Thus they got the strong cities in the land of Egypt, and he took the spoils thereof. 120. And after that Antiochus had smitten Egypt, he returned again in the 143rd year, and went up against Israel and Jerusalem with a great multitude. 121. And entered proudly into the sanctuary, and took away the golden altar, and the candlestick of light, and all the vessels thereof. 122. And the table of the showbread, and the pouring vessels, and the vials, and the censers of gold, and the veil, and the crown, and the golden ornaments, that were before the temple, all which he pulled off. 123. He took also the silver, and the gold, and the precious vessels, also he took the hidden treasures which he found. 124. And when he had taken all away, he went into his own land, having made a great massacre, and spoken very proudly. 125. Therefore there was a great mourning in Israel in every place where they were. 126. So that the princes and elders mourned, the virgins and young men were made feeble, and the beauty of women was changed. 127. Every bridegroom took up lamentation, and she that sat in the marriage chamber was in heaviness. 128. The land also was moved for the inhabitants thereof, and all the house of Jacob was covered with confusion. 129. And after 2 years fully expired, the king sent his chief collector of tribute unto the cities of Judah, who came unto Jerusalem with a great multitude. 130. And spake peaceable words unto them, but all was deceit, for when they had given him credence, he fell suddenly upon the city, and smote it very sore, and destroyed much people of Israel. 131. And when he had taken the spoils of the city, he set it on fire, and pulled down the houses and walls thereof on every side. 132. But the women and children took they captive, and possessed the cattle. 133. Then builded they the city of David with a great and strong wall, and with mighty towers, and made it a strong hold for them. 134. And they put therein a sinful nation, wicked men, and fortified themselves therein. 135. They stored it also with armor and victuals, and when they had gathered together the spoils of Jerusalem, they laid them up there, and so they became a sore snare. 136. For it was a place to lie in wait against the sanctuary, and an evil adversary to Israel. 137. Thus they shed innocent blood on every side of the sanctuary, and defiled it. 138. Insomuch that the inhabitants of Jerusalem fled because of them, whereupon the city was made an habitation of strangers, and became strange to those that were born in her, and her own children left her. 139. Her sanctuary was laid waste like a wilderness. Her feasts were turned into mourning, her Sabbaths into reproach, her honor into contempt. 140. As had been her glory, so was her dishonor increased, and her excellency was turned into mourning. 141. Moreover, King Antiochus wrote to his whole kingdom that all should be one people. 142. And every one should leave his laws, so all the heathen agreed according to the commandment of the king. 143. Yea, many also of the Israelites consented to his religion, and sacrificed unto idols, and profaned the Sabbath. 144. For the king had sent letters by messengers unto Jerusalem and the cities of Judah, that they should follow the strange laws of the land. 145. And forbid burnt offerings and sacrifice and drink offerings in the temple, and that they should profane the Sabbaths and festival days. 146. And pollute the sanctuary and holy people. 147. Set up altars and groves, and chapels of idols, and sacrifice swine's flesh and unclean beasts. 148. That they should also leave their children uncircumcised, and make their souls abominable with all manner of uncleanness and profanation. 149. To the end they might forget the law, and change all the ordinances. 150. And whosoever would not do according to the commandment of the king, he said he should die. 151. In the selfsame manner wrote he to his whole kingdom, and appointed overseers over all the people, commanding the cities of Judah to sacrifice city by city. 152. Then many of the people were gathered unto them, to wit, every one that forsook the law, and so they committed evils in the land. 153. And drove the Israelites into secret places, even wheresoever they could flee for succor. 154. Now the 15th day of the month, Caslu, in the 145th year, they set up the abomination of desolation upon the altar, and builded idol altars throughout the cities of Judah on every side. 155. And burnt incense at the doors of their houses and in the streets. 156. And when they had rent in pieces the books of the law which they found, they burnt them with fire. 157. And whosoever was found with any the book of the testament, or if any consented to the law, the king's commandment was that they should put him to death. 158. Thus did they by their authority unto the Israelites every month to as many as were found in the cities. 159. Now the 25th day of the month they did sacrifice upon the idol altar, which was upon the altar of God. 160. At which time, according to the commandment, they put to death certain women that had caused their children to be circumcised. 161. And they hanged the infants about their necks, and rifled their houses, and slew them that had circumcised them. 162. Howbeit many in Israel were fully resolved, and confirmed in themselves, not to eat any unclean thing. 163. Wherefore the rather to die, that they might not be defiled with meats, and that they might not profane the holy covenant, so then they died. 164. And there was very great wrath upon Israel. 21. In those days arose Mattathias the son of John the son of Simeon, a priest of the sons of Jorib, from Jerusalem, and dwelt in Mardin. 22. And he had 5 sons, Joanan called Cades. 23. Simon called Thassi. 24. Judas, who was called Maccabees. 25. Eleazar called Avaran, and Jonathan, whose surname was Apphis. 26. And when he saw the blasphemies that were committed in Judah and Jerusalem. 27. He said, Woe is me, wherefore was I born to see this misery of my people, and of the holy city, and to dwell there when it was delivered into the hand of the enemy, and the sanctuary into the hand of strangers. 28. Her temple is become as a man without glory. 29. Her glorious vessels are carried away into captivity. Her infants are slain in the streets, her young men with the sword of the enemy. 210. What nation hath not had a part in her kingdom, and gotten of her spoils? 211. All her ornaments are taken away of a free woman, she is become a bondslave. 212. And behold, our sanctuary, even our beauty, and our glory is laid waste, and the Gentiles have profaned it. 213. To what end, therefore, shall we live any longer? 214. Then Mattathias and his sons rent their clothes, and put on sackcloth, and mourned very sore. 215. In the mean, while the king's officers, such as compelled the people to revolt, came into the city Mardin to make them sacrifice. 216. And when many of Israel came unto them, Mattathias also and his sons came together. 217. Then answered the king's officers, and said to Mattathias on this wise, Thou art a ruler and an honorable and great man in this city, and strengthened with sons and brethren. 218. Now therefore come thou first, and fulfill the king's commandment, like as all the heathen have done, yea, and the men of Judah also, and such as remain at Jerusalem, so shalt thou and thy house be in the number of the king's friends, and thou and thy children shall be honored with silver and gold, and many rewards. 219. Then Mattathias answered and spake with a loud voice, though all the nations that are under the king's dominion obey him, and fall away every one from the religion of their fathers, and give consent to his commandments. 220. Yet will I and my sons and my brethren walk in the covenant of our fathers. 221. God forbid that we should forsake the law and the ordinances. 222. We will not hearken to the king's words to go from our religion either on the right hand or the left. 223. Now, when he had left speaking these words, there came one of the Jews in the sight of all to sacrifice on the altar which was at Marden, according to the king's commandment. 224. Which thing when Mattathias saw, he was inflamed with zeal, and his reins trembled, neither could he forbear to show his anger according to judgment, wherefore he ran and slew him upon the altar. 225. Also the king's commissioner, who compelled men to sacrifice, he killed at that time, and the altar he pulled down. 226. Thus dealt he zealously for the law of God, like as Phinehas did unto Zambri, the son of Salem. 227. And Mattathias cried throughout the city with a loud voice, saying, Whosoever is zealous of the law and maintaineth the covenant, let him follow me. 228. So he and his sons fled into the mountains, and left all that ever they had in the city. 229. Then many that sought after justice and judgment went down into the wilderness to dwell there. 230. Both they and their children and their wives and their cattle, because afflictions increased sore upon them. 231. Now, when it was told the king's servants and the host that was at Jerusalem in the city of David, that certain men who had broken the king's commandment were gone down into the secret places in the wilderness. 232. They pursued after them a great number, and having overtaken them, they camped against them, and made war against them on the Sabbath day. 233. And they said unto them, Let that which ye have done hitherto suffice, come forth, and do according to the commandment of the king, and ye shall live. 234. But they said, We will not come forth, neither will we do the king's commandment to profane the Sabbath day. 235. So then they gave them the battle with all speed. 236. Howbeit they answered them, not neither cast they a stone at them, nor stopped the places where they lay hid. 237. But said, Let us die all in our innocency, heaven and earth will testify for us, that ye put us to death wrongfully. 238. So they rose up against them in battle on the Sabbath, and they slew them with their wives and children, and their cattle to the number of 1,000 people. 239. Now, when Mattathias and his friends understood hereof, they mourned for them right sore. 240. And one of them said to another, If we all do as our brethren have done, and fight, not for our lives and laws against the heathen, they will now quickly root us out of the earth. 241. At that time, therefore they decreed, saying, Whosoever shall come to make battle with us on the Sabbath day, we will fight against him, neither will we die all as our brethren that were murdered in the secret places. 242. Then came there unto him a company of Assyrians, who were mighty men of Israel, even all such as were voluntarily devoted unto the law. 243. Also all they that fled for persecution joined themselves unto them, and were a stay unto them. 244. So they joined their forces, and smote sinful men in their anger, and wicked men in their wrath, but the rest fled to the heathen for succor. 245. Then Mattathias and his friends went round about, and pulled down the altars. 246. And what children soever they found within the coast of Israel, uncircumcised, those they circumcised valiantly. 247. They pursued also after the proud men, and the work prospered in their hand. 248. So they recovered the law out of the hand of the Gentiles, and out of the hand of kings, neither suffered they the sinner to triumph. 249 Now, when the time drew near that Mattathias should die, he said unto his sons, Now hath pride and rebuke gotten strength, and the time of destruction, and the wrath of indignation. 250 Now, therefore, my sons, be ye zealous for the law, and give your lives for the covenant of your fathers. 251 Call to remembrance what acts our fathers did in their time, so shall ye receive great honor and an everlasting name. 252 Was not Abraham found faithful in temptation, and it was imputed unto him for righteousness. 253 Joseph, in the time of his distress, kept the commandment, and was made Lord of Egypt. 254 Phinehas our father, in being zealous and fervent, obtained the covenant of an everlasting priesthood. 255 Jesus, for fulfilling the word, was made a judge in Israel. 256 Caleb, for bearing witness before the congregation, received the heritage of the land. 257 David, for being merciful, possessed the throne of an everlasting kingdom. 258 Elias, for being zealous and fervent, for the law was taken up into heaven. 259 Ananias, Azarias, and Misael, by believing, were saved out of the flame. 260 Daniel, for his innocency, was delivered from the mouth of lions. 261 And thus consider ye throughout all ages, that none that put their trust in him shall be overcome. 262 Fear not then the words of a sinful man, for his glory shall be dung and worms. 263 Today he shall be lifted up, and tomorrow he shall not be found, because he is returned into his dust, and his thought is come to nothing. 264 Wherefore ye, my sons, be valiant, and show yourselves men in the behalf of the law, for by it shall ye obtain glory. 265 And behold, I know that your brother Simon is a man of counsel. Give ear unto him, alway he shall be a father unto you. 266 As for Judas Maccabeus, he hath been mighty and strong even from his youth up. Let him be your captain, and fight the battle of the people. 267 Take also unto you all those that observe the law, and avenge ye the wrong of your people. 268 Recompense fully the heathen, and take heed to the commandments of the law. 269 So he blessed them, and was gathered to his fathers. 270 And he died in the 146th year, and his sons buried him in the sepulchres of his fathers at Mardin, and all Israel made great lamentation for him. 31 Then his son Judas, called Maccabeus, rose up in his stead. 32 And all his brethren helped him, and so did all they that held with his father, and they fought with cheerfulness the battle of Israel. 33 So he gat his people great honor, and put on a breastplate as a giant, and girt his warlike harness about him, and he made battles, protecting the host with his sword. 34 In his acts he was like a lion, and like a lion's whelp roaring for his prey. 35 For he pursued the wicked, and sought them out, and burnt up those that vexed his people. 36 Wherefore the wicked shrunk for fear of him, and all the workers of iniquity were troubled, because salvation prospered in his hand. 37 He grieved also many kings, and made Jacob glad with his acts, and his memorial is blessed forever. 38 Moreover, he went through the cities of Judah, destroying the ungodly out of them, and turning away wrath from Israel. 39 So that he was renowned unto the utmost part of the earth, and he received unto him such as were ready to perish. 310 Then Apollonius gathered the Gentiles together, and a great host out of Samaria, to fight against Israel. 311 Which thing when Judas perceived, he went forth to meet him, and so he smote him, and slew him. Many also fell down slain, but the rest fled. 312 Wherefore Judas took their spoils, and Apollonius' sword also, and therewith he fought all his life long. 313 Now, when Saron, a prince of the army of Syria, heard say that Judas had gathered unto him a multitude and company of the faithful, to go out with him to war. 314, he said, I will get me a name and honor in the kingdom, for I will go fight with Judas and them that are with him who despise the king's commandment. 315, so he made him ready to go up, and there went with him a mighty host of the ungodly to help him, and to be avenged of the children of Israel. 316, and when he came near to the going up of Beth-horon, Judas went forth to meet him with a small company. 317, who, when they saw the host coming to meet them, said unto Judas, How shall we be able, being so few, to fight against so great a multitude, and so strong, seeing we are ready to faint with fasting all this day? 318, unto whom Judas answered, It is no hard matter for many to be shut up in the hands of a few, and with the God of heaven it is all one to deliver with a great multitude or a small company. 319, for the victory of battle standeth not in the multitude of an host, but strength cometh from heaven. 320, they come against us in much pride and iniquity, to destroy us and our wives and children, and to spoil us. 321, but we fight for our lives and our laws. 322, wherefore the Lord himself will overthrow them before our face, and as for you, be ye not afraid of them. 323, now as soon as he had left off speaking, he leapt suddenly upon them, and so Saron and his host was overthrown before him. 324, and they pursued them from the going down of Beth-horon unto the plain, where were slain about 800 men of them, and the residue fled into the land of the Philistines. 325, then began the fear of Judas and his brethren, and an exceeding great dread to fall upon the nations round about them. 326, insomuch as his fame came unto the king, and all nations talked of the battles of Judas. 327, now, when King Antiochus heard these things, he was full of indignation, wherefore he sent and gathered together all the forces of his realm, even a very strong army. 328, he opened also his treasure, and gave his soldiers pay for a year, commanding them to be ready whensoever he should need them. 329, nevertheless, when he saw that the money of his treasures failed, and that the tributes in the country were small because of the dissension and plague which he had brought upon the land, in taking away the laws which had been of old time. 330, he feared that he should not be able to bear the charges any longer, nor to have such gifts to give so liberally as he did before, for he had abounded above the kings that were before him. 331, wherefore, being greatly perplexed in his mind, he determined to go into Persia, there to take the tributes of the countries, and to gather much money. 332, so he left Lysias a nobleman, and one of the blood royal, to oversee the affairs of the king from the river Euphrates unto the borders of Egypt. 333, and to bring up his son Antiochus until he came again. 334, moreover, he delivered unto him the half of his forces and the elephants, and gave him charge of all things that he would have done, as also concerning them that dwelt in Judah and Jerusalem. 335, to wit, that he should send an army against them to destroy and root out the strength of Israel and the remnant of Jerusalem, and to take away their memorial from that place. 336, and that he should place strangers in all their quarters, and divide their land by lot. 337, so the king took the half of the forces that remained, and departed from Antioch, his royal city, the 147th year, and having passed the river Euphrates, he went through the high countries. 338, then Lysias chose Ptolemy, the son of Dorymenes Nicanor, and Gorgias, mighty men of the king's friends. 339, and with them he sent 40,000 footmen and 7,000 horsemen to go into the land of Judah, and to destroy it, as the king commanded. 340, so they went forth with all their power, and came and pitched by Emmaus in the plain country. 341, and the merchants of the country, hearing the fame of them, took silver and gold very much with servants, and came into the camp to buy the children of Israel for slaves, a power also of Syria, and of the land of the Philistines joined themselves unto them. 342 Now, when Judas and his brethren saw that miseries were multiplied, and that the forces did encamp themselves in their borders, for they knew how the king had given commandment to destroy the people and utterly abolish them. 343 They said one to another, Let us restore the decayed estate of our people, and let us fight for our people and the sanctuary. 344 Then was the congregation gathered together, that they might be ready for battle, and that they might pray and ask mercy and compassion. 345 Now Jerusalem lay void as a wilderness, there was none of her children that went in or out, the sanctuary also was trodden down, and aliens kept the stronghold, the heathen had their habitation in that place, and joy was taken from Jacob, and the pipe with the harp ceased. 346 Wherefore the Israelites assembled themselves together, and came to Maspha over against Jerusalem, for in Maspha was the place where they prayed aforetime in Israel. 347 Then they fasted that day, and put on sackcloth, and cast ashes upon their heads, and rent their clothes. 348 And laid open the book of the law, wherein the heathen had sought to paint the likeness of their images. 349 They brought also the priest's garments, and the firstfruits, and the tithes, and the Nazarites they stood up, who had accomplished their days. 350 Then cried they with a loud voice toward heaven, saying, What shall we do with these, and whither shall we carry them away? 351 For thy sanctuary is trodden down and profaned, and thy priests are in heaviness and brought low. 352 And lo, the heathen are assembled together against us, to destroy us. What things they imagine against us thou knowest. 353 How shall we be able to stand against them, except thou, O God, be our help? 354 Then sounded they with trumpets, and cried with a loud voice. 355 And after this Judas ordained captains over the people, even captains over thousands, and over hundreds, and over fifties, and over tens. 356 But as for such as were building houses, or had betrothed wives, or were planting vineyards, or were fearful those, he commanded that they should return every man to his own house, according to the law. 357 So the camp removed, and pitched upon the south side of Emmaus. 358 And Judas said, Arm yourselves, and be valiant men, and see that ye be in readiness against the morning, that ye may fight with these nations that are assembled together against us, to destroy us and our sanctuary. 359 For it is better for us to die in battle, than to behold the calamities of our people and our sanctuary. 360 Nevertheless, as the will of God is in heaven, so let him do. 41 Then took Gorgias 5,000 footmen, and 1,000 of the best horsemen, and removed out of the camp by night. 42 To the end he might rush in upon the camp of the Jews, and smite them suddenly, and the men of the fortress were his guides. 43 Now, when Judas heard thereof, he himself removed, and the valiant men with him, that he might smite the king's army, which was at Emmaus. 44 While, as yet the forces were dispersed from the camp. 45 In the mean season came Gorgias by night into the camp of Judas, and when he found no man there, he sought them in the mountains, for said he, These fellows flee from us. 46 But as soon as it was day, Judas showed himself in the plain with 3,000 men, who nevertheless had neither armor nor swords to their minds. 47 And they saw the camp of the heathen, that it was strong and well harnessed, and compassed round about with horsemen, and these were expert of war. 48 Then said Judas to the men that were with him, Fear ye not their multitude, neither be ye afraid of their assault. 49 Remember how our fathers were delivered in the Red Sea, when Pharaoh pursued them with an army. 410 Now, therefore, let us cry unto heaven, if peradventure the Lord will have mercy upon us, and remember the covenant of our fathers, and destroy this host before our face this day. 411, that so all the heathen may know that there is one who delivereth and saveth Israel. 412, then the strangers lifted up their eyes and saw them coming over against them. 413, wherefore they went out of the camp to battle, but they that were with Judas sounded their trumpets. 414, so they joined battle, and the heathen being discomfited, fled into the plain. 415, howbeit, all the hindmost of them were slain with the sword, for they pursued them unto Gazara, and unto the plains of Idumea and Azotus and Jamnia, so that there were slain of them upon 3,000 men. 416, this done Judas returned again with his host from pursuing them. 417, and said to the people, be not greedy of the spoil, inasmuch as there is a battle before us. 418, and Gorgias and his host are here by us in the mountain, but stand ye now against our enemies and overcome them, and after this ye may boldly take the spoils. 419, as Judas was yet speaking these words, there appeared a part of them looking out of the mountain. 420, who, when they perceived that the Jews had put their host to flight, and were burning the tents for the smoke that was seen, declared what was done. 421, when therefore they perceived these things, they were sore afraid, and seeing also the host of Judas in the plain ready to fight. 422, they fled every one into the land of strangers. 423, then Judas returned to spoil the tents, where they got much gold and silver and blue silk, and purple of the sea and great riches. 424, after this, they went home and sung a song of thanksgiving, and praised the Lord in heaven, because it is good, because his mercy endureth forever. 425, thus Israel had a great deliverance that day. 426, now all the strangers that had escaped came and told Lysias what had happened. 427, who when he heard thereof was confounded and discouraged, because neither such things as he would were done unto Israel, nor such things as the king commanded him were come to pass. 428, the next year therefore following Lysias gathered together 70,000 choice men of foot, and 5,000 horsemen, that he might subdue them. 429, so they came into Idumea, and pitched their tents at Bethsara, and Judas met them with 10,000 men. 430, and when he saw that mighty army he prayed, and said, Blessed art thou, O Saviour of Israel, who didst quell the violence of the mighty man by the hand of thy servant David, and gavest the host of strangers into the hands of Jonathan, the son of Saul, and his armor-bearer. 431, shut up this army in the hand of thy people Israel, and let them be confounded in their power and horsemen. 432, make them to be of no courage, and cause the boldness of their strength to fall away, and let them quake at their destruction. 433, cast them down with the sword of them that love thee, and let all those that know thy name praise thee with thanksgiving. 434, so they joined battle, and there were slain of the host of Lysias, about 5,000 men, even before them were they slain. 435 now, when Lysias saw his army put to flight, and the manliness of Judah's soldiers, and how they were ready either to live or die valiantly, he went into Antiochia, and gathered together a company of strangers, and having made his army greater than it was, he purposed to come again into Judea. 436, then said Judas and his brethren, Behold, our enemies are discomfited, let us go up to cleanse and dedicate the sanctuary. 437, upon this all the host assembled themselves together, and went up into Mount Sion. 438, and when they saw the sanctuary desolate, and the altar profaned, and the gates burned up, and shrubs growing in the courts, as in a forest, or in one of the mountains, yea, and the priest's chambers pulled down. 439, they rent their clothes, and made great lamentation, and cast ashes upon their heads. 440, and fell down flat to the ground upon their faces, and blew an alarm with the trumpets, and cried toward heaven. 441, then Judas, appointed certain men to fight against those that were in the fortress, until he had cleansed the sanctuary. 442. So he chose priests of blameless conversation, such as had pleasure in the law. 443. Who cleansed the sanctuary and bare out the defiled stones into an unclean place. 444. And when as they consulted what to do with the altar of burnt offerings, which was profaned. 445. They thought it best to pull it down lest it should be a reproach to them, because the heathen had defiled it, wherefore they pulled it down. 446. And laid up the stones in the mountain of the temple in a convenient place, until there should come a prophet to show what should be done with them. 447. Then they took whole stones according to the law, and built a new altar according to the former. 448. And made up the sanctuary and the things that were within the temple, and hallowed the courts. 449. They made also new holy vessels, and into the temple they brought the candlestick and the altar of burnt offerings, and of incense, and the table. 450. And upon the altar they burned incense, and the lamps that were upon the candlestick they lighted, that they might give light in the temple. 451. Furthermore, they set the loaves upon the table, and spread out the veils, and finished all the works which they had begun to make. 452. Now, on the 25th day of the 9th month, which is called the month Caslu, in the 148th year, they rose up betimes in the morning. 453. And offered sacrifice according to the law upon the new altar of burnt offerings which they had made. 454. Look at what time and what day the heathen had profaned it, even in that was it dedicated with songs and citherns and harps and cymbals. 455. Then all the people fell upon their faces, worshipping and praising the God of heaven, who had given them good success. 456. And so they kept the dedication of the altar 8 days, and offered burnt offerings with gladness, and sacrificed the sacrifice of deliverance and praise. 457. They decked also the forefront of the temple with crowns of gold, and with shields and the gates, and the chambers they renewed, and hanged doors upon them. 458. Thus was there very great gladness among the people, for that the reproach of the heathen was put away. 459. Moreover, Judas and his brethren with the whole congregation of Israel ordained that the days of the dedication of the altar should be kept in their season from year to year, by the space of 8 days, from the 25th day of the month, Caslu, with mirth and gladness. 460. At that time also they builded up the Mount Sion with high walls and strong towers round about, lest the Gentiles should come and tread it down as they had done before. 461. And they set there a garrison to keep it, and fortified Bethsura to preserve it, that the people might have a defense against Idumea. 51. Now, when the nations round about heard that the altar was built, and the sanctuary renewed, as before it displeased them very much. 52. Wherefore they thought to destroy the generation of Jacob that was among them, and thereupon they began to slay and destroy the people. 53. Then Judas fought against the children of Esau in Idumea at Arabatin, because they besieged Israel, and he gave them a great overthrow, and abated their courage, and took their spoils. 54. Also he remembered the injury of the children of Ben, who had been a snare and an offense unto the people, in that they lay in wait for them in the ways. 55. He shut them up therefore in the towers, and encamped against them, and destroyed them utterly, and burned the towers of that place with fire, and all that were therein. 56. Afterward he passed over to the children of Ammon, where he found a mighty power, and much people, with Timotheus their captain. 57. So he fought many battles with them, till at length they were discomfited before him, and he smote them. 58. And when he had taken Jaza with the towns belonging thereto, he returned into Judea. 59. Then the heathen that were at Galad assembled themselves together against the Israelites that were in their quarters to destroy them, but they fled to the fortress of Dathema. 510, and sent letters unto Judas, and his brethren, the heathen that are round about us, are assembled together against us to destroy us. 511, and they are preparing to come and take the fortress whereunto we are fled to Matthias, being captain of their host. 512, come now therefore, and deliver us from their hands, for many of us are slain. 513, yea, all our brethren that were in the places of Tobi are put to death, their wives, and their children also they have carried away captives, and borne away their stuff, and they have destroyed there about 1,000 men. 514, while these letters were yet reading, behold, there came other messengers from Galilee with their clothes rent, who reported on this wise. 515, and said they of Ptolemais and of Tyrus and Sidon, and all Galilee of the Gentiles, are assembled together against us to consume us. 516, now, when Judas and the people heard these words, there assembled a great congregation together, to consult what they should do for their brethren that were in trouble and assaulted of them. 517, then said Judas unto Simon, his brother, choose thee out men, and go and deliver thy brethren that are in Galilee, for I and Jonathan my brother will go into the country of Galilee. 518, so he left Joseph the son of Zacharias, and Azarias captains of the people, with the remnant of the host in Judea to keep it. 519, unto whom he gave commandment, saying, take ye the charge of this people, and see that ye make not war against the heathen, until the time that we come again. 520, now unto Simon were given 3,000 men to go into Galilee, and unto Judas 8,000 men for the country of Galilee. 521, then went Simon into Galilee, where he fought many battles with the heathen, so that the heathen were discomfited by him. 522, and he pursued them unto the gate of Ptolemais, and there were slain of the heathen about 3,000 men, whose spoils he took. 523, and those that were in Galilee and in Arbates with their wives and their children, and all that they had took he away with him, and brought them into Judea with great joy. 524, Judas Maccabeus also, and his brother Jonathan went over Jordan, and travelled 3 days' journey in the wilderness. 525, where they met with the Nabathites, who came unto them in a peaceable manner, and told them everything that had happened to their brethren in the land of Galilee. 526, and how that many of them were shut up in Basora and Basar, and Alema, Caspher, Maked, and Carnaim, all these cities are strong and great. 527, and that they were shut up in the rest of the cities of the country of Galilee, and that against tomorrow they had appointed to bring their host against the forts, and to take them, and to destroy them all in one day. 528, hereupon Judas and his host turned suddenly by the way of the wilderness unto Basora, and when he had won the city, he slew all the males with the edge of the sword, and took all their spoils, and burned the city with fire. 529, from whence he removed by night, and went till he came to the fortress. 530, and betimes in the morning they looked up, and behold, there was an innumerable people bearing ladders and other engines of war, to take the fortress, for they assaulted them. 531, when Judas therefore saw that the battle was begun, and that the cry of the city went up to heaven with trumpets and a great sound. 532, he said unto his host, fight this day for your brethren. 533, so he went forth behind them in 3 companies, who sounded their trumpets, and cried with prayer. 534, then the host of Timotheus, knowing that it was Maccabeus, fled from him, wherefore he smote them with a great slaughter, so that there were killed of them that day about 8,000 men. 535, this done Judas turned aside to Maspha, and after he had assaulted it, he took and slew all the males therein, and received the spoils thereof, and burnt it with fire. 536, from thence went he and took Casphon, Maged, Basar, and the other cities of the country of Galilee. 537, after these things gathered Timotheus another host, and encamped against Raphon beyond the brook. 538. So Judas sent men to espy the host, who brought him word, saying, All the heathen that be round about us are assembled unto them, even a very great host. 539. He hath also hired the Arabians to help them, and they have pitched their tents beyond the brook, ready to come and fight against thee. Upon this Judas went to meet them. 540. Then Timotheus said unto the captains of his host, When Judas and his host come near the brook, if he pass over first unto us, we shall not be able to withstand him, for he will mightily prevail against us. 541. But if he be afraid and camp beyond the river, we shall go over unto him and prevail against him. 542. Now, when Judas came near the brook, he caused the scribes of the people to remain by the brook, unto whom he gave commandment, saying, Suffer no man to remain in the camp, but let all come to the battle. 543. So he went first over unto them, and all the people after him. Then all the heathen, being discomfited before him, cast away their weapons, and fled unto the temple that was at Carnaim. 544. But they took the city, and burned the temple with all that were therein. Thus was Carnaim subdued, neither could they stand any longer before Judas. 545. Then Judas gathered together all the Israelites that were in the country of Galaad, from the least unto the greatest, even their wives, and their children, and their stuff, a very great host, to the end they might come into the land of Judea. 546. Now, when they came unto Ephron, this was a great city in the way, as they should go very well fortified. They could not turn from it either on the right hand or the left, but must needs pass through the midst of it. 547. Then they of the city shut them out, and stopped up the gates with stones. 548. Whereupon Judas sent unto them in peaceable manner, saying, Let us pass through your land to go into our own country, and none shall do you any hurt. We will only pass through on foot. Howbeit they would not open unto him. 549. Wherefore Judas commanded a proclamation to be made throughout the host, that every man should pitch his tent in the place where he was. 550. So the soldiers pitched and assaulted the city all that day, and all that night, till at the length the city was delivered into his hands. 551. Who then slew all the males with the edge of the sword, and razed the city, and took the spoils thereof, and passed through the city over them that were slain. 552. After this went they over Jordan into the great plain before Bethsan. 553. And Judas gathered together those that came behind, and exhorted the people all the way through, till they came into the land of Judea. 554. So they went up to Mount Sion with joy and gladness, where they offered burnt offerings, because not one of them was slain, until they had returned in peace. 555. Now what time as Judas and Jonathan were in the land of Galaad, and Simon his brother in Galilee before Ptolemais. 556. Joseph, the son of Zacharias, and Azarias, captains of the garrisons, heard of the valiant acts and warlike deeds which they had done. 557. Wherefore they said, Let us also get us a name, and go fight against the heathen that are round about us. 558. So when they had given charge unto the garrison that was with them, they went toward Jamnia. 559. Then came Gorgias and his men out of the city to fight against them. 560. And so it was that Joseph and Azarias were put to flight, and pursued unto the borders of Judea, and there were slain that day of the people of Israel about 2,000 men. 561. Thus was there a great overthrow among the children of Israel, because they were not obedient unto Judas and his brethren, but thought to do some valiant act. 562. Moreover, these men came not of the seed of those by whose hand deliverance was given unto Israel. 563. Howbeit the man Judas and his brethren were greatly renowned in the sight of all Israel, and of all the heathen, wheresoever their name was heard of. 564. Insomuch as the people assembled unto them with joyful acclamations. 565 Afterward went Judas forth with his brethren, and fought against the children of Esau in the land toward the south, where he smote Hebron and the towns thereof, and pulled down the fortress of it, and burned the towers thereof round about. 566 From thence he removed to go into the land of the Philistines, and passed through Samaria. 567 At that time certain priests desirous to show their valor were slain in battle, for that they went out to fight unadvisedly. 568 So Judas turned to Azotus in the land of the Philistines, and when he had pulled down their altars, and burned their carved images with fire, and spoiled their cities, he returned into the land of Judea. 61 About that time King Antiochus, traveling through the high countries, heard say that Elymas in the country of Persia was a city greatly renowned for riches, silver and gold. 62 And that there was in it a very rich temple, wherein were coverings of gold, and breastplates and shields, which Alexander son of Philip, the Macedonian king, who reigned first among the Grecians, had left there. 63 Wherefore he came and sought to take the city, and to spoil it, but he was not able, because they of the city having had warning thereof. 64 Rose up against him in battle, so he fled and departed thence with great heaviness, and returned to Babylon. 65 Moreover there came one who brought him tidings into Persia, that the armies which went against the land of Judea were put to flight. 66 And that Lysias, who went forth first with a great power, was driven away of the Jews, and that they were made strong by the armor and power and store of spoils, which they had gotten of the armies whom they had destroyed. 67 Also that they had pulled down the abomination which he had set up upon the altar in Jerusalem, and that they had compassed about the sanctuary with high walls as before, and his city Bethsara. 68 Now when the king heard these words, he was astonished and sore moved, whereupon he laid him down upon his bed, and fell sick for grief, because it had not befallen him as he looked for. 69 And there he continued many days, for his grief was ever more and more, and he made account that he should die. 610 Wherefore he called for all his friends, and said unto them, The sleep is gone from mine eyes, and my heart faileth for very care. 611 And I thought with myself, into what tribulation am I come, and how great a flood of misery is it, wherein now I am, for I was bountiful and beloved in my power. 612 But now I remember the evils that I did at Jerusalem, and that I took all the vessels of gold and silver that were therein, and sent to destroy the inhabitants of Judea without a cause. 613 I perceive therefore that for this cause these troubles are come upon me, and behold, I perish through great grief in a strange land. 614 Then called he for Philip, one of his friends, who he made ruler over all his realm. 615 And gave him the crown and his robe, and his signet, to the end he should bring up his son Antiochus, and nourish him up for the kingdom. 616 So King Antiochus died there in the 149th year. 617 Now, when Lysias knew that the king was dead, he set up Antiochus his son, whom he had brought up being young, to reign in his stead, and his name he called Eupator. 618 About this time they that were in the tower shut up the Israelites round about the sanctuary, and sought always their hurt, and the strengthening of the heathen. 619 Wherefore Judas, purposing to destroy them, called all the people together to besiege them. 620 So they came together and besieged them in the 150th year, and he made mounts for shot against them, and other engines. 621 Howbeit certain of them that were besieged got forth, unto whom some ungodly men of Israel joined themselves. 622 And they went unto the king, and said, How long will it be ere thou execute judgment, and avenge our brethren? 623 We have been willing to serve thy father, and to do as he would have us, and to obey his commandments. 624 For which cause they of our nation besieged the tower, and are alienated from us, moreover as many of us as they could light on they slew, and spoiled our inheritance. 625. Neither have they stretched out their hand against us only, but also against their borders. 626. And behold, this day are they besieging the tower at Jerusalem, to take it, the sanctuary also, and Bethsara have they fortified. 627. Wherefore, if thou dost not prevent them quickly, they will do the greater things than these, neither shalt thou be able to rule them. 628. Now when the king heard this, he was angry, and gathered together all his friends, and the captains of his army, and those that had charge of the horse. 629. There came also unto him from other kingdoms, and from isles of the sea bands of hired soldiers. 630. So that the number of his army was 100,000 footmen, and 20,000 horsemen, and 32 elephants, exercised in battle. 631. These went through Idumea, and pitched against Bethsara, which they assaulted many days, making engines of war. But they of Bethsara came out, and burned them with fire, and fought valiantly. 632. Upon this Judas removed from the tower, and pitched in Bathzacharias over against the king's camp. 633. Then the king, rising very early, marched fiercely with his host toward Bathzacharias, where his armies made them ready to battle, and sounded the trumpets. 634. And to the end they might provoke the elephants to fight, they showed them the blood of grapes and mulberries. 635. Moreover, they divided the beasts among the armies, and for every elephant they appointed 1,000 men armed with coats of mail, and with helmets of brass on their heads. And beside this, for every beast were ordained 500 horsemen of the best. 636. These were ready at every occasion, wheresoever the beast was, and whithersoever the beast went, they went also, neither departed they from him. 637. And upon the beasts were there strong towers of wood, which covered every one of them, and were girt fast unto them with devices. There were also upon every one 32 strong men that fought upon them, beside the Indian that ruled him. 638. As for the remnant of the horsemen, they set them on this side, and that side at the two parts of the host, giving them signs what to do, and being harnessed all over amidst the ranks. 639. Now, when the sun shone upon the shields of gold and brass, the mountains glistered therewith, and shined like lamps of fire. 640. So part of the king's army being spread upon the high mountains, and part on the valleys below, they marched on safely, and in order. 641. Wherefore all that heard the noise of their multitude, and the marching of the company, and the rattling of the harness, were moved, for the army was very great and mighty. 642. Then Judas and his host drew near, and entered into battle, and there were slain of the king's army 600 men. 643. Eleazar, also surnamed Savarin, perceiving that one of the beasts armed with royal harness was higher than all the rest, and supposing that the king was upon him. 644. Put himself in jeopardy to the end he might deliver his people, and get him a perpetual name. 645. Wherefore he ran upon him courageously through the midst of the battle, slaying on the right hand, and on the left, so that they were divided from him on both sides. 646. Which done, he crept under the elephant, and thrust him under, and slew him, whereupon the elephant fell down upon him, and there he died. 647. Howbeit the rest of the Jews, seeing the strength of the king, and the violence of his forces, turned away from them. 648. Then the king's army went up to Jerusalem to meet them, and the king pitched his tents against Judea and against Mount Sion. 649. But with them that were in Bethsara he made peace, for they came out of the city, because they had no victuals there to endure the siege, it being a year of rest to the land. 650. So the king took Bethsara, and set a garrison there to keep it. 651. As for the sanctuary, he besieged it many days, and set their artillery with engines and instruments, to cast fire and stones and pieces, to cast darts and slings. 652, whereupon they also made engines against their engines, and held them battle a long season. 653, yet at the last, their vessels being without victuals, for that it was the 7th year, and they in Judea that were delivered from the Gentiles had eaten up the residue of the store. 654, there were but a few left in the sanctuary, because the famine did so prevail against them that they were fain to disperse themselves every man to his own place. 655, at that time Lysias heard say that Philip, whom Antiochus the king whiles he lived, had appointed to bring up his son Antiochus, that he might be king. 656, was returned out of Persia and Media, and the king's host also that went with him, and that he sought to take unto him the ruling of the affairs. 657, wherefore he went in all haste, and said to the king and the captains of the host, and the company we decay daily, and our victuals are but small, and the place we lay siege unto is strong, and the affairs of the kingdom lie upon us. 658, now therefore let us be friends with these men, and make peace with them, and with all their nation. 659, and covenant with them that they shall live after their laws, as they did before, for they are therefore displeased, and have done all these things, because we abolished their laws. 660, so the king and the princes were content, wherefore he sent unto them to make peace, and they accepted thereof. 661, also the king and the princes made an oath unto them, whereupon they went out of the stronghold. 662, then the king entered into Mount Sion, but when he saw the strength of the place, he broke his oath that he had made, and gave commandment to pull down the wall round about. 663, afterward departed he in all haste, and returned unto Antiochia, where he found Philip to be master of the city, so he fought against him, and took the city by force. 71, in the 151st year Demetrius, the son of Seleucus, departed from Rome, and came up with a few men unto a city of the sea coast, and reigned there. 72, and as he entered into the palace of his ancestors, so it was that his forces had taken Antiochus and Lysias to bring them unto him. 73, wherefore, when he knew it, he said, let me not see their faces. 74, so his host slew them now, when Demetrius was set upon the throne of his kingdom. 75, there came unto him all the wicked and ungodly men of Israel, having Alcimus, who was desirous to be high priest for their captain. 76, and they accused the people to the king, saying, Judas and his brethren have slain all thy friends, and driven us out of our own land. 77, now therefore send some man whom thou trustest, and let him go and see what havoc he hath made among us, and in the king's land, and let him punish them with all them that aid them. 78, then the king chose Bacchides, a friend of the king, who ruled beyond the flood, and was a great man in the kingdom, and faithful to the king. 79, and him he sent with that wicked Alcimus, whom he made high priest, and commanded that he should take vengeance of the children of Israel. 710, so they departed, and came with a great power into the land of Judea, where they sent messengers to Judas and his brethren with peaceable words deceitfully. 711, but they gave no heed to their words, for they saw that they were come with a great power. 712, then did there assemble unto Alcimus and Bacchides a company of scribes to require justice. 713, now the Assyrians were the first among the children of Israel that sought peace of them. 714, for said they, one that is a priest of the seed of Aaron is come with this army, and he will do us no wrong. 715, so he spake unto them peaceably, and sware unto them, saying, we will procure the harm neither of you nor your friends. 716, whereupon they believed him, howbeit he took of them 80 men, and slew them in one day, according to the words which he wrote. 717, the flesh of thy saints have they cast out, and their blood have they shed round about Jerusalem, and there was none to bury them. 718, Wherefore the fear and dread of them fell upon all the people, who said, There is neither truth nor righteousness in them, for they have broken the covenant and oath that they made. 719. After this removed Bacchides from Jerusalem, and pitched his tents in Bezoth, where he sent, and took many of the men that had forsaken him, and certain of the people also. And when he had slain them, he cast them into the great pit. 720. Then committed he the country to Alcimus, and left with him a power to aid him, so Bacchides went to the king. 721. But Alcimus contended for the high priesthood. 722. And unto him resorted all such as troubled the people, who after they had gotten the land of Judah into their power, did much hurt in Israel. 723. Now, when Judas saw all the mischief that Alcimus and his company had done among the Israelites, even above the heathen. 724. He went out into all the coasts of Judea round about, and took vengeance of them that had revolted from him, so that they durst no more go forth into the country. 725. On the other side, when Alcimus saw that Judas and his company had gotten the upper hand, and knew that he was not able to abide their force, he went again to the king, and said all the worst of them that he could. 726. Then the king sent Nicanor, one of his honorable princes, a man that bare deadly hate unto Israel, with commandment to destroy the people. 727. So Nicanor came to Jerusalem with a great force, and sent unto Judas and his brethren deceitfully with friendly words, saying, 728. Let there be no battle between me and you, I will come with a few men, that I may see you in peace. 729. He came therefore to Judas, and they saluted one another peaceably, howbeit the enemies were prepared to take away Judas by violence. 730. Which thing after it was known to Judas, to wit, that he came unto him with deceit, he was sore afraid of him, and would see his face no more. 731. Nicanor also, when he saw that his counsel was discovered, went out to fight against Judas beside Capharsalama. 732. Where there were slain of Nicanor's side about 5,000 men, and the rest fled into the city of David. 733. After this went Nicanor up to Mount Sion, and there came out of the sanctuary certain of the priests and certain of the elders of the people, to salute him peaceably, and to show him the burnt sacrifice that was offered for the king. 734. But he mocked them and laughed at them, and abused them shamefully, and spake proudly. 735. And sware in his wrath, saying, Unless Judas and his host be now delivered into my hands, if ever I come again in safety, I will burn up this house. And with that he went out in a great rage. 736. Then the priests entered in, and stood before the altar and the temple, weeping and saying, 737. Thou, O Lord, didst choose this house to be called by thy name, and to be a house of prayer and petition for thy people. 738. Be avenged of this man and his host, and let them fall by the sword, remember their blasphemies, and suffer them not to continue any longer. 739. So Nicanor went out of Jerusalem, and pitched his tents in Beth-horon, where an host out of Syria met him. 740. But Judas pitched in Adasa with 3,000 men, and there he prayed, saying, 741. O Lord, when they that were sent from the king of the Assyrians blasphemed, thine angel went out, and smote 180, and 5,000 of them. 742. Even so destroy thou this host before us this day, that the rest may know that he hath spoken blasphemously against thy sanctuary, and judge thou him according to his wickedness. 743. So the 13th day of the month, Adar, the hosts joined battle, but Nicanor's host was discomfited, and he himself was first slain in the battle. 744. Now, when Nicanor's host saw that he was slain, they cast away their weapons and fled. 745. Then they pursued after them a day's journey from Adasa unto Gazara, sounding an alarm after them with their trumpets. 746, whereupon they came forth out of all the towns of Judea round about, and closed them in, so that they turning back upon them that pursued them were all slain with the sword, and not one of them was left. 747, afterwards they took the spoils and the prey, and smote off Nicanor's head and his right hand, which he stretched out so proudly, and brought them away, and hanged them up toward Jerusalem. 748, for this cause the people rejoiced greatly, and they kept that day a day of great gladness. 749, moreover they ordained to keep yearly this day, being the 13th of Adar. 750, thus the land of Judah was in rest a little while. 81, now Judas had heard of the fame of the Romans, that they were mighty and valiant men, and such as would lovingly accept all that joined themselves unto them, and make a league of amity with all that came unto them. 82, and that they were men of great valor. It was told him also of their wars and noble acts, which they had done among the Galatians, and how they had conquered them, and brought them under tribute. 83, and what they had done in the country of Spain, for the winning of the mines of the silver and gold, which is there. 84, and that by their policy and patience they had conquered all the place, though it were very far from them, and the kings also that came against them from the uttermost part of the earth, till they had discomfited them, and given them a great overthrow, so that the rest did give them tribute every. 85, beside this, how they had discomfited in battle Philip, and Perseus king of the Cittims, with others that lifted up themselves against them, and had overcome them. 86, how also Antiochus, the great king of Asia, that came against them in battle, having 120 elephants, with horsemen and chariots, and a very great army was discomfited by them. 87, and how they took him alive, and covenanted that he and such as reigned after him should pay a great tribute and give hostages, and that which was agreed upon. 88, and the country of India and Media and Lydia, and of the goodliest countries which they took of him, and gave to King Eumenes. 89, moreover, how the Grecians had determined to come and destroy them. 810, and that they having knowledge thereof sent against them a certain captain, and fighting with them slew many of them, and carried away captives their wives and their children, and spoiled them, and took possession of their lands, and pulled down their strongholds, and brought them to be their servants unto this day. 811, it was told him besides how they destroyed and brought under their dominion all other kingdoms and isles that at any time resisted them. 812, but with their friends and such as relied upon them they kept amity, and that they had conquered kingdoms both far and nigh, insomuch as all that heard of their name were afraid of them. 813, also that whom they would help to a kingdom those reign, and whom again they displace finally, that they were greatly exalted. 814, yet for all this none of them wore a crown, or was clothed in purple to be magnified thereby. 815, moreover, how they had made for themselves a senate house, wherein 320 men sat in council, daily, consulting alway for the people to the end, they might be well ordered. 816, and that they committed their government to one man every year, who ruled over all their country, and that all were obedient to that one, and that there was neither envy nor emulation among them. 817, in consideration of these things, Judas chose Eupolmus, the son of John, the son of Achos, and Jason, the son of Eleazar, and sent them to Rome to make a league of amity and confederacy with them. 818, and to entreat them that they would take the yoke from them, for they saw that the kingdom of the Grecians did oppress Israel with servitude. 819, they went therefore to Rome, which was a very great journey, and came into the Senate, where they spake and said. 820, Judas Maccabeus with his brethren, and the people of the Jews have sent us unto you to make a confederacy and peace with you, and that we might be registered your confederates and friends. 821, so that matter pleased the Romans well. 822, and this is the copy of the epistle which the Senate wrote back again in tables of brass, and sent to Jerusalem, that there they might have by them a memorial of peace and confederacy. 823, good success be to the Romans, and to the people of the Jews by sea and by land forever the sword also, an enemy, be far from them. 824, if there come first any war upon the Romans, or any of their confederates throughout all their dominion. 825, the people of the Jews shall help them, as the time shall be appointed, with all their hearts. 826, neither shall they give anything unto them that make war upon them, or aid them with victuals, weapons, money, or ships, as it hath seemed good unto the Romans, but they shall keep their covenants, without taking anything therefore. 827, in the same manner, also if war come first upon the nation of the Jews, the Romans shall help them with all their heart according, as the time shall be appointed them. 828, neither shall victuals be given to them that take part against them, or weapons, or money, or ships, as it hath seemed good to the Romans, but they shall keep their covenants, and that without deceit. 829, according to these articles, did the Romans make a covenant with the people of the Jews. 830, howbeit, if hereafter the one party or the other shall think to meet to add or diminish anything, they may do it at their pleasures, and whatsoever they shall add or take away shall be ratified. 831, and as touching the evils that Demetrius doeth to the Jews, we have written unto him, saying, wherefore thou made thy yoke heavy upon our friends, and confederates the Jews. 832, if therefore they complain any more against thee, we will do them justice, and fight with thee by sea and by land. 91, furthermore, when Demetrius heard that Nicanor and his host were slain in battle, he sent Bacchides and Alcimus into the land of Judea the second time, and with them the chief strength of his host. 92, who went forth by the way that leadeth to Galgala, and pitched their tents before Mazaloth, which is in Arbela, and after they had won it, they slew much people. 93, also the first month of the 152nd year, they encamped before Jerusalem. 94, from whence they removed and went to Berea with 20,000 footmen and 2,000 horsemen. 95, now Judas had pitched his tents at Elisa, and 3,000 chosen men with him. 96, who seeing the multitude of the other army to be so great, were sore afraid, whereupon many conveyed themselves out of the host, insomuch as there abode of them no more but 800 men. 97, when Judas therefore saw that his host slipped away, and that the battle pressed upon him, he was sore troubled in mind, and much distressed, for that he had no time to gather them together. 98, nevertheless unto them that remained he said, let us arise, and go up against our enemies, if peradventure we may be able to fight with them. 99, but they dehorted him, saying, we shall never be able, let us now rather save our lives, and hereafter we will return with our brethren, and fight against them, for we are but few. 910, then Judas said, God forbid that I should do this thing, and flee away from them. If our time be come, let us die manfully for our brethren, and let us not stain our honor. 911, with that the host of Bacchides removed out of their tents, and stood over against them, their horsemen being divided into 2 troops, and their slingers and archers going before the host, and they that marched in the forward were all mighty men. 912, as for Bacchides, he was in the right wing, so the host drew near on the 2 parts, and sounded their trumpets. 913, they also of Judah's side, even they sounded their trumpets also, so that the earth shook at the noise of the armies, and the battle continued from morning till night. 914, now, when Judas perceived that Bacchides and the strength of his army were on the right side, he took with him all the hardy men. 915, who discomfited the right wing, and pursued them unto the Mount Azotus. 916, but when they of the left wing saw that they of the right wing were discomfited, they followed upon Judas, and those that were with him hard at the heels from behind. 917, whereupon there was a sore battle, insomuch as many were slain on both parts. 918, Judas also was killed, and the remnant fled. 919. Then Jonathan and Simon took Judas their brother, and buried him in the sepulchre of his fathers in Mardin. 920. Moreover, they bewailed him, and all Israel made great lamentation for him, and mourned many days, saying, 921. How is the valiant man fallen that delivered Israel? 922. As for the other things concerning Judas and his wars, and the noble acts which he did, and his greatness, they are not written, for they were very many. 923. Now after the death of Judas, the wicked began to put forth their heads in all the coasts of Israel, and there arose up all such as wrought iniquity. 924. In those days also was there a very great famine by reason, whereof the country revolted, and went with them. 925. Then Bacchides chose the wicked men, and made them lords of the country. 926. And they made inquiry and search for Judas' friends, and brought them unto Bacchides, who took vengeance of them, and used them despitefully. 927. So was there a great affliction in Israel, the like whereof was not since the time that a prophet was not seen among them. 928. For this cause all Judas' friends came together, and said unto Jonathan, 929. Since thy brother Judas died, we have no man like him to go forth against our enemies and Bacchides, and against them of our nation that are adversaries to us. 930. Now therefore we have chosen thee this day to be our prince and captain in his stead, that thou mayest fight our battles. 931. Upon this Jonathan took the governance upon him at that time, and rose up instead of his brother Judas. 932. But when Bacchides gat knowledge thereof, he sought for to slay him. 933. Then Jonathan and Simon his brother, and all that were with him, perceiving that, fled into the wilderness of Theco, and pitched their tents by the water of the pool Asphar. 934. Which, when Bacchides understood, he came near to Jordan with all his host upon the Sabbath day. 935. Now Jonathan had sent his brother John, a captain of the people, to pray his friends the Nabathites, that they might leave with them their carriage, which was much. 936. But the children of Jambri came out of Medaba, and took John and all that he had, and went their way with it. 937. After this came word to Jonathan and Simon his brother, that the children of Jambri made a great marriage, and were bringing the bride from Nadabatha with a great train, as being the daughter of one of the great princes of Chanaan. 938. Therefore they remembered John their brother, and went up and hid themselves under the covert of the mountain. 939. Where they lifted up their eyes, and looked, and behold, there was much ado and great carriage. And the bridegroom came forth, and his friends and brethren, to meet them with drums and instruments of music, and many weapons. 940. Then Jonathan, and they that were with him, rose up against them from the place where they lay in ambush, and made a slaughter of them in such sort as many fell down dead. And the remnant fled into the mountain, and they took all their spoils. 940. Thus was the marriage turned into mourning, and the noise of their melody into lamentation. 942. So when they had avenged fully the blood of their brother, they turned again to the marsh of Jordan. 943. Now, when Bacchides heard hereof, he came on the Sabbath day unto the banks of Jordan with a great power. 944. Then Jonathan said to his company, Let us go up now, and fight for our lives, for it standeth not with us today, as in time past. 945. For behold, the battle is before us, and behind us, and the water of Jordan on this side, and that side the marsh likewise, and would neither is there place for us to turn aside. 946. Wherefore cry ye now unto heaven, that ye may be delivered from the hand of your enemies. 947. With that they joined battle, and Jonathan stretched forth his hand to smite Bacchides, but he turned back from him. 948. Then Jonathan, and they that were with him, leapt into Jordan, and swam over unto the other bank, howbeit the other passed not over Jordan unto them. 949. So there were slain of Bacchide's side that day about 1,000 men. 950 afterward returned Bacchides to Jerusalem, and repaired the strong sites in Judea, the fort in Jericho and Emmaus, and Bethhoron and Bethel, and Thamnatha Pharathoni, and Taphon. These did he strengthen with high walls, with gates, and with bars. 951. And in them he set a garrison, that they might work malice upon Israel. 952. He fortified also the city Bethsara and Gazara, and the tower, and put forces in them, and provision of victuals. 953. Besides, he took the chief men's sons in the country for hostages, and put them into the tower at Jerusalem, to be kept. 954. Moreover, in the 153rd year, in the 2nd month, Alcimus commanded that the wall of the inner court of the sanctuary should be pulled down. He pulled down also the works of the prophets. 955. And as he began to pull down, even at that time, was Alcimus plagued, and his enterprises hindered, for his mouth was stopped, and he was taken with a palsy, so that he could no more speak anything, nor give order concerning his house. 956. So Alcimus died at that time, with great torment. 957. Now, when Bacchides saw that Alcimus was dead, he returned to the king, whereupon the land of Judea was in rest 2 years. 958. Then all the ungodly men held a council, saying, Behold, Jonathan and his company are at ease and dwell without care. Now therefore we will bring Bacchides hither, who shall take them all in one night. 959. So they went and consulted with him. 960. Then removed he, and came with a great host, and sent letters privily to his adherents in Judea, that they should take Jonathan, and those that were with him, howbeit they could not, because their counsel was known unto them. 961. Wherefore they took of the men of the country that were authors of that mischief about 50 persons, and slew them. 962. Afterward Jonathan and Simon, and they that were with him, got them away to Bethbasi, which is in the wilderness, and they repaired the decays thereof, and made it strong. 963. Which thing when Bacchides knew, he gathered together all his host, and sent word to them that were of Judea. 964. Then went he and laid siege against Bethbasi, and they fought against it a long season, and made engines of war. 965. But Jonathan left his brother Simon in the city, and went forth himself into the country, and with a certain number went he forth. 966. And he smote Odenarchs and his brethren, and the children of Phasern in their tent. 967. And when he began to smite them, and came up with his forces, Simon and his company went out of the city, and burned up the engines of war. 968. And fought against Bacchides, who was discomfited by them, and they afflicted him sore, for his counsel and travail was in vain. 969. Wherefore he was very wroth at the wicked men that gave him counsel to come into the country, inasmuch as he slew many of them, and purposed to return into his own country. 970. Whereof when Jonathan had knowledge, he sent ambassadors unto him, to the end he should make peace with him, and deliver them the prisoners. 971. Which thing he accepted, and did according to his demands, and sware unto him that he would never do him harm all the days of his life. 972. When therefore he had restored unto him the prisoners that he had taken aforetime out of the land of Judea, he returned, and went his way into his own land, neither came he any more into their borders. 973. Thus the sword ceased from Israel, but Jonathan dwelt at Machmas, and began to govern the people, and he destroyed the ungodly men out of Israel. 101. In the 160th year, Alexander, the son of Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, went up, and took Ptolemais, for the people had received him by means whereof he reigned there. 102. Now, when King Demetrius heard thereof, he gathered together an exceeding great host, and went forth against him to fight. 103. Moreover Demetrius sent letters unto Jonathan with loving words, so as he magnified him. 104. For said he, let us first make peace with him, before he join with Alexander against us. 105. Else he will remember all the evils that we have done against him, and against his brethren and his people. 106. Wherefore he gave him authority to gather together an host, and to provide weapons that he might aid him in battle. He commanded also that the hostages that were in the tower should be delivered him. 107. Then came Jonathan to Jerusalem, and read the letters in the audience of all the people, and of them that were in the tower. 108. Who were sore afraid when they heard that the king had given him authority to gather together an host. 109. Whereupon they of the tower delivered their hostages unto Jonathan, and he delivered them unto their parents. 10:10. This done, Jonathan settled himself in Jerusalem, and began to build and repair the city. 10:11. And he commanded the workmen to build the walls and the Mount Sion, and about with square stones for fortification, and they did so. 10:12. Then the strangers that were in the fortresses, which Bacchides had built, fled away. 10:13. Insomuch as every man left his place, and went into his own country. 10:14. Only at Bethsara certain of those that had forsaken the law and the commandments remained still, for it was their place of refuge. 10:15. Now, when King Alexander had heard what promises Demetrius had sent unto Jonathan, when also it was told him of the battles and noble acts which he and his brethren had done, and of the pains that they had endured. 10:16. He said, Shall we find such another man? Now therefore we will make him our friend and confederate. 10:17. Upon this he wrote a letter and sent it unto him according to these words, saying, 10:18. King Alexander to his brother Jonathan sendeth greeting. 10:19. We have heard of thee that thou art a man of great power, and meet to be our friend. 10:20. Wherefore now this day we ordain thee to be the high priest of thy nation, and to be called the king's friend, and therewithal he sent him a purple robe, and a crown of gold, and require thee to take our part, and keep friendship with us. 10:21. So in the 7th month of the 160th year, at the feast of the tabernacles, Jonathan put on the holy robe, and gathered together forces, and provided much armor. 10:22. Whereof when Demetrius heard, he was very sorry, and said, 10:23. What have we done that Alexander hath prevented us in making amity with the Jews to strengthen himself? 10:24. I also will write unto them words of encouragement, and promise them dignities and gifts, that I may have their aid. 10:25. He sent unto them therefore to this effect, King Demetrius unto the people of the Jews sendeth greeting. 10:26. Whereas ye have kept covenants with us, and continued in our friendship, not joining yourselves with our enemies, we have heard hereof, and are glad. 10:27. Wherefore now continue ye still to be faithful unto us, and we will well recompense you for the things ye do in our behalf. 10:28. And will grant you many immunities, and give you rewards. 10:29. And now do I free you, and for your sake I release all the Jews from tributes, and from the customs of salt, and from crown taxes. 10:30. And from that which appertaineth unto me to receive for the third part or the seed, and the half of the fruit of the trees, I release it from this day forth, so that they shall not be taken of the land of Judea, nor of the 3 governments, which are added thereunto, out of the country of Samaria and Galilee, from this day forth for evermore. 10:31. Let Jerusalem also be holy and free, with the borders thereof both from tenths and tributes. 10:32. And as for the tower which is at Jerusalem, I yield up authority over it, and give it to the high priest, that he may set in it such men as he shall choose to keep it. 10:33. Moreover, I freely set at liberty every one of the Jews that were carried captives out of the land of Judea into any part of my kingdom, and I will that all my officers remit the tributes even of their cattle. 10:34. Furthermore, I will that all the feasts and Sabbaths, and new moons and solemn days, and the 3 days before the feast, and the 3 days after the feast, shall be all of immunity and freedom for all the Jews in my realm. 1035. Also no man shall have authority to meddle with or to molest any of them in any matter. 1036. I will further that there be enrolled among the king's forces about 30,000 men of the Jews, unto whom pay shall be given as belongeth to all king's forces. 1037. And of them some shall be placed in the king's strongholds, of whom also some shall be set over the affairs of the kingdom, which are of trust. And I will that their overseers and governors be of themselves, and that they live after their own laws, even as the king hath commanded in the land of Judea. 1038. And concerning the 3 governments that are added to Judea from the country of Samaria, let them be joined with Judea, that they may be reckoned to be under one nor bound to obey other authority than the high priests. 1039. As for Ptolemais and the land pertaining thereto, I give it as a free gift to the sanctuary at Jerusalem, for the necessary expenses of the sanctuary. 1040. Moreover, I give every year 15,000 shekels of silver out of the king's accounts from the places appertaining. 1041. And all the overplus which the officers paid not in, as in former time from henceforth, shall be given toward the works of the temple. 1042. And beside this, the 5,000 shekels of silver, which they took from the uses of the temple out of the accounts year by year, even those things shall be released, because they appertain to the priests that minister. 1043. And whosoever they be that flee unto the temple at Jerusalem, or be within the liberties, hereof being indebted unto the king, or for any other matter, let them be at liberty, and all that they have in my realm. 1044. For the building also and repairing of the works of the sanctuary expenses shall be given of the king's accounts. 1045. Yea, and for the building of the walls of Jerusalem, and the fortifying thereof round about expenses, shall be given out of the king's accounts, as also for the building of the walls in Judea. 1046. Now, when Jonathan and the people heard these words, they gave no credit unto them, nor received them, because they remembered the great evil that he had done in Israel, for he had afflicted them very sore. 1047. But with Alexander they were well pleased, because he was the first that entreated of true peace with them, and they were confederate with him always. 1048. Then gathered King Alexander great forces, and camped over against Demetrius. 1049. And after the 2 kings had joined battle, Demetrius' host fled, but Alexander followed after him and prevailed against them. 1050. And he continued the battle very sore, until the sun went down, and that day was Demetrius slain. 1051. Afterward Alexander sent ambassadors to Ptolemy king of Egypt, with a message to this effect. 1052. Forasmuch as I am come again to my realm, and am set in the throne of my progenitors, and have gotten the dominion, and overthrown Demetrius, and recovered our country. 1053. For after I had joined battle with him, both he and his host was discomfited by us, so that we sit in the throne of his kingdom. 1054. Now therefore let us make a league of amity together, and give me now thy daughter to wife, and I will be thy son-in-law, and will give both thee and her gifts, according to thy dignity. 1055. Then Ptolemy the king gave answer, saying, Happy be the day, wherein thou didst return into the land of thy fathers, and satest in the throne of their kingdom. 1056. And now will I do to thee, as thou hast written. Meet me therefore at Ptolemais, that we may see one another, for I will marry my daughter to thee according to thy desire. 1057. So Ptolemy went out of Egypt with his daughter Cleopatra, and they came unto Ptolemais in the 162nd year. 1058. Where King Alexander meeting him, he gave unto him his daughter Cleopatra, and celebrated her marriage at Ptolemais with great glory, as the manner of kings is. 1059. Now King Alexander had written unto Jonathan that he should come and meet him. 1060. Who thereupon went honorably to Ptolemais where he met the two kings, and gave them and their friends silver and gold, and many presents, and found favor in their sight. 1061. At that time, certain pestilent fellows of Israel, men of a wicked life, assembled themselves against him to accuse him, but the king would not hear them. 1062. Yea, more than that, the king commanded to take off his garments, and clothe him in purple, and they did so. 1063. And he made him sit by himself, and said unto his princes, Go with him into the midst of the city, and make proclamation that no man complain against him of any matter, and that no man trouble him for any manner of cause. 1064. Now, when his accusers saw that he was honored according to the proclamation, and clothed in purple, they fled all away. 1065. So the king honored him, and wrote him among his chief friends, and made him a duke and partaker of his dominion. 1066. Afterward Jonathan returned to Jerusalem with peace and gladness. 1067. Furthermore, in the 165th year, came Demetrius son of Demetrius out of Crete into the land of his fathers. 1068. Whereof when King Alexander heard tell, he was right sorry, and returned into Antioch. 1069. Then Demetrius made Apollonius, the governor of Celesyria, his general, who gathered together a great host, and camped in Jamnia, and sent unto Jonathan the high priest, saying, 1070. Thou alone liftest up thyself against us, and I am laughed to scorn for thy sake and reproached, and why dost thou vaunt thy power against us in the mountains? 1071. Now therefore, if thou trustest in thine own strength, come down to us into the plain field, and there let us try the matter together, for with me is the power of the cities. 1072. Ask and learn who I am, and the rest that take our part, and they shall tell thee that thy foot is not able to flight in their own land. 1073. Wherefore now thou shalt not be able to abide the horsemen, and so great a power in the plain, where is neither stone, nor flint, nor place to flee unto. 1074. So when Jonathan heard these words of Apollonius, he was moved in his mind, and choosing 10,000 men, he went out of Jerusalem, where Simon his brother met him for to help him. 1075. And he pitched his tents against Joppa, but they of Joppa shut him out of the city, because Apollonius had a garrison there. 1076. Then Jonathan laid siege unto it, whereupon they of the city let him in for fear, and so Jonathan won Joppa. 1077. Whereof when Apollonius heard, he took 3,000 horsemen with a great host of footmen, and went to Azotus as one that journeyed, and therewithal drew him forth into the plain, because he had a great number of horsemen, in whom he put his trust. 1078. Then Jonathan followed after him to Azotus, where the armies joined battle. 1079. Now Apollonius had left 1,000 horsemen in ambush. 1080. And Jonathan knew that there was an ambushment behind him, for they had compassed in his host, and cast darts at the people from morning till evening. 1081. But the people stood still, as Jonathan had commanded them, and so the enemy's horses were tired. 1082. Then brought Simon forth his host, and set them against the footmen, for the horsemen were spent, who were discomfited by him, and fled. 1083. The horsemen also being scattered in the field, fled to Azotus, and went into Bethdagon, their idol's temple, for safety. 1084. But Jonathan set fire on Azotus, and the cities round about it, and took their spoils, and the temple of Dagon with them that were fled into it, he burned with fire. 1085. Thus there were burned and slain with the sword, well nigh 8,000 men. 1086. And from thence Jonathan removed his host, and camped against Ascalon, where the men of the city came forth, and met him with great pomp. 1087. After this returned Jonathan and his host unto Jerusalem, having many spoils. 1088. Now, when King Alexander heard these things, he honored Jonathan yet more. 1089. And sent him a buckle of gold, as the use is to be given to such as are of the king's blood. He gave him also a caron with the borders thereof in possession. 111. And the king of Egypt gathered together a great host, like the sand that lieth upon the seashore, and many ships, and went about through deceit to get Alexander's kingdom, and join it to his own. 112 Whereupon he took his journey into Syria in peaceable manner, so as they of the cities opened unto him, and met him, for King Alexander had commanded them so to do, because he was his brother-in-law. 113 Now, as Ptolemy entered into the cities, he set in every one of them a garrison of soldiers to keep it. 114 And when he came near to Azotus, they showed him the temple of Dagon that was burnt, and Azotus, and the suburbs thereof that were destroyed, and the bodies that were cast abroad, and them that he had burnt in the battle, for they had made heaps of them by the way where he should pass. 115 Also they told the king whatsoever Jonathan had done, to the intent he might blame him, but the king held his peace. 116 Then Jonathan met the king with great pomp at Joppa, where they saluted one another and lodged. 117 Afterward Jonathan, when he had gone with the king to the river called Eleutherus, returned again to Jerusalem. 118 King Ptolemy, therefore, having gotten the dominion of the cities by the sea unto Seleucia, upon the sea coast, imagined wicked counsels against Alexander. 119 Whereupon he sent ambassadors unto King Demetrius, saying, Come, let us make a league betwixt us, and I will give thee my daughter, whom Alexander hath, and thou shalt reign in thy father's kingdom. 11:10 For I repent that I gave my daughter unto him, for he sought to slay me. 11:11 Thus did he slander him, because he was desirous of his kingdom. 11:12 Wherefore he took his daughter from him, and gave her to Demetrius, and forsook Alexander, so that their hatred was openly known. 11:13 Then Ptolemy entered into Antioch, where he set 2 crowns upon his head, the crown of Asia and of Egypt. 11:14 In the mean season was King Alexander in Cilicia, because those that dwelt in those parts had revolted from him. 11:15 But when Alexander heard of this, he came to war against him, whereupon King Ptolemy brought forth his host, and met him with a mighty power, and put him to flight. 11:16 So Alexander fled into Arabia, there to be defended, but King Ptolemy was exalted. 11:17 For Zabdiel the Arabian took off Alexander's head, and sent it unto Ptolemy. 11:18 King Ptolemy also died the 3rd day after, and they that were in the strongholds were slain one of another. 11:19 By this means Demetrius reigned in the 167th year. 11:20 At the same time Jonathan gathered together them that were in Judea to take the tower that was in Jerusalem, and he made many engines of war against it. 11:21 Then certain ungodly persons who hated their own people went unto the king, and told him that Jonathan besieged the tower. 11:22 Whereof when he heard, he was angry, and immediately removing, he came to Ptolemais, and wrote unto Jonathan that he should not lay siege to the tower, but come and speak with him at Ptolemais in great haste. 11:23 Nevertheless Jonathan, when he heard this, commanded to besiege it still, and he chose certain of the elders of Israel and the priests, and put himself in peril. 11:24 And took silver and gold and raiment, and divers presents besides, and went to Ptolemais unto the king, where he found favor in his sight. 11:25 And though certain ungodly men of the people had made complaints against him. 11:26 Yet the king entreated him, as his predecessors had done before, and promoted him in the sight of all his friends. 11:27 And confirmed him in the high priesthood, and in all the honors that he had before, and gave him preeminence among his chief friends. 11:28 Then Jonathan desired the king that he would make Judea free from tribute, as also the 3 governments with the country of Samaria, and he promised him 300 talents. 11:29 So the king consented, and wrote letters unto Jonathan of all these things after this manner. 11:30 King Demetrius unto his brother Jonathan, and unto the nation, of the Jews sendeth greeting. 11:30, 1 We send you here a copy of the letter, which we did write unto our cousin Lasthenes concerning you, that ye might see it. 11:32, King Demetrius unto his father Lasthenes sendeth greeting. 11:33, We are determined to do good to the people of the Jews, who are our friends, and keep covenants with us, because of their good will toward us. 11:34, Wherefore we have ratified unto them the borders of Judea, with the 3 governments of Ephraim and Lydda and Ramathaim, that are added unto Judea from the country of Samaria, and all things appertaining unto them, for all such as do sacrifice in Jerusalem, instead of the payments which the king received of them yearly aforetime out of the fruits of the earth, and of trees. 11:35, And as for other things that belong unto us of the tithes and customs pertaining unto us, as also the salt pits, and the crown taxes which are due unto us, we discharge them of them all for their relief. 11:36, And nothing hereof shall be revoked from this time forth forever. 11:37, Now therefore see that thou make a copy of these things, and let it be delivered unto Jonathan, and set upon the holy mount in a conspicuous place. 11:38, After this, when King Demetrius saw that the land was quiet before him, and that no resistance was made against him, he sent away all his forces, every one to his own place, except certain bands of strangers, whom he had gathered from the isles of the heathen, wherefore all the forces of his fathers hated him. 11:39, Moreover, there was one Tryphon that had been of Alexander's part, afore who, seeing that all the host murmured against Demetrius, went to Simulcue the Arabian, that brought up Antiochus, the young son of Alexander. 11:40, And lay sore upon him to deliver him this young Antiochus, that he might reign in his father's stead. He told him therefore all that Demetrius had done, and how his men of war were at enmity with him, and there he remained a long season. 11:41, In the meantime, Jonathan sent unto King Demetrius, that he would cast those of the tower out of Jerusalem, and those also in the fortresses, for they fought against Israel. 11:42, So Demetrius sent unto Jonathan, saying, I will not only do this for thee and thy people, but I will greatly honor thee and thy nation, if opportunity serve. 11:43, Now therefore thou shalt do well, if thou send me men to help me, for all my forces are gone from me. 11:44, Upon this, Jonathan sent him 3,000 strong men unto Antioch, and when they came to the king was very glad of their coming. 11:45, Howbeit, they that were of the city gathered themselves together into the midst of the city, to the number of 120,000 men, and would have slain the king. 11:46, Wherefore the king fled into the court, but they of the city kept the passages of the city, and began to fight. 11:47, Then the king called to the Jews for help, who came unto him all at once, and dispersing themselves through the city slew that day in the city to the number of 100,000. 11:48, Also they set fire on the city, and gat many spoils that day, and delivered the king. 11:49, So when they of the city saw that the Jews had got the city, as they would, their courage was abated, wherefore they made supplication to the king, and cried, saying, 11:50, Grant us peace, and let the Jews cease from assaulting us and the city. 11:51, With that they cast away their weapons, and made peace, and the Jews were honored in the sight of the king, and in the sight of all that were in his realm, and they returned to Jerusalem, having great spoils. 11:52, So King Demetrius sat on the throne of his kingdom, and the land was quiet before him. 11:53, Nevertheless, he dissembled in all that ever he spake, and estranged himself from Jonathan, neither rewarded he him according to the benefits which he had received of him, but troubled him very sore. 11:54, After this returned Tryphon, and with him the young child Antiochus, who reigned and was crowned. 11:55, Then there gathered unto him all the men of war whom Demetrius had put away, and they fought against Demetrius, who turned his back and fled. 11:56, Moreover Tryphon took the elephants, and 1 Antioch. 1157, at that time young Antiochus wrote unto Jonathan, saying, I confirm thee in the high priesthood, and appoint thee ruler over the 4 governments, and to be one of the king's friends. 1158, upon this, he sent him golden vessels to be served in, and gave him leave to drink in gold, and to be clothed in purple, and to wear a golden buckle. 1159, his brother Simon also he made captain from the place called the Ladder of Tyrus unto the borders of Egypt. 1160, then Jonathan went forth and passed through the cities beyond the water, and all the forces of Syria gathered themselves unto him for to help him. And when he came to Ascalon, they of the city met him honorably. 1161, from whence he went to Gaza, but they of Gaza shut him out, wherefore he laid siege unto it, and burned the suburbs thereof with fire, and spoiled them. 1162, afterward, when they of Gaza made supplication unto Jonathan, he made peace with them, and took the sons of their chief men for hostages, and sent them to Jerusalem, and passed through the country unto Damascus. 1163, now when Jonathan heard that Demetrius' princes were come to Cades, which is in Galilee, with a great power purposing to remove him out of the country. 1164, he went to meet them, and left Simon his brother in the country. 1165, then Simon encamped against Bethsura, and fought against it a long season, and shut it up. 1166, but they desired to have peace with him, which he granted them, and then put them out from thence, and took the city, and set a garrison in it. 1167, as for Jonathan and his host, they pitched at the water of Genesar, from whence betimes in the morning they gat them to the plain of Nasser. 1168, and behold, the host of strangers met them in the plain, who having laid men in ambush for him in the mountains, came themselves over against him. 1169, so when they that lay in ambush rose out of their places, and joined battle, all that were of Jonathan's side fled. 1170, insomuch as there was not one of them left, except Mattathias the son of Absalom, and Judas the son of Calphi, the captains of the host. 1171, then Jonathan rent his clothes, and cast earth upon his head, and prayed. 1172, afterwards turning again to battle, he put them to flight, and so they ran away. 1173, now, when his own men that were fled saw this, they turned again unto him, and with him pursued them to Cades, even unto their own tents, and there they camped. 1174, so there were slain of the heathen that day about 3,000 men, but Jonathan returned to Jerusalem. 121 now, when Jonathan saw that time served him, he chose certain men, and sent them to Rome for to confirm and renew the friendship that they had with them. 122, he sent letters also to the Lacedaemonians, and to other places for the same purpose. 123, so they went unto Rome, and entered into the Senate, and said, Jonathan the high priest, and the people of the Jews sent us unto you to the end, ye should renew the friendship which ye had with them, and league as in former time. 124, upon this, the Romans gave them letters unto the governors of every place, that they should bring them into the land of Judea peaceably. 125, and this is the copy of the letters which Jonathan wrote to the Lacedaemonians. 126, Jonathan the high priest, and the elders of the nation and the priests, and the other of the Jews, unto the Lacedaemonians their brethren send greeting. 127, there were letters sent in times past unto Onias, the high priest from Darius, who reigned then among you, to signify that ye are our brethren, as the copy here underwritten doth specify. 128, at which time Onias entreated the ambassador that was sent honorably, and received the letters wherein declaration was made of the league and friendship. 129, therefore we also, albeit we need none of these things, that we have the holy books of Scripture in our hands to comfort us. 1210 have nevertheless attempted to send unto you for the renewing of brotherhood and friendship, lest we should become strangers unto you altogether, for there is a long time past since he sent unto us. 12:11 We therefore at all times, without ceasing both in our feasts and other convenient days, do remember you in the sacrifices which we offer, and in our prayers as reason is, and as it becometh us to think upon our brethren. 12:12 And we are right glad of your honor. 12:13 As for ourselves, we have had great troubles and wars on every side for so much, as the kings that are round about us have fought against us. 12:14 Howbeit, we would not be troublesome unto you nor to others of our confederates and friends in these wars. 12:15 For we have help from heaven that succoureth us so as we are delivered from our enemies, and our enemies are brought under foot. 12:16 For this cause we chose Numenius the son of Antiochus, and Antipater his son of Jason, and sent them unto the Romans to renew the amity that we had with them and the former league. 12:17 We commanded them also to go unto you, and to salute, and to deliver you our letters concerning the renewing of our brotherhood. 12:18 Wherefore now ye shall do well to give us an answer thereto. 12:19 And this is the copy of the letters which Onias sent. 12:20 Arius king of the Lacedaemonians, to Onias the high priest greeting. 12:21 It is found in writing that the Lacedaemonians and Jews are brethren, and that they are of the stock of Abraham. 12:22 Now therefore, since this is come to our knowledge, ye shall do well to write unto us of your prosperity. 12:23 We do write back again to you, that your cattle and goods are ours, and ours are yours. We do command therefore our ambassadors to make report unto you on this wise. 12:24 Now, when Jonathan heard that Demebius princes were come to fight against him with a greater host than afore. 12:25 He removed from Jerusalem, and met them in the land of Amathus, for he gave them no respite to enter his country. 12:26 He sent spies also unto their tents, who came again, and told him that they were appointed to come upon them in the night season. 12:27 Wherefore so soon as the sun was down, Jonathan commanded his men to watch, and to be in arms, that all the night long they might be ready to fight also. He sent forth sentinels round about the host. 12:28 But when the adversaries heard that Jonathan and his men were ready for battle, they feared, and trembled in their hearts, and they kindled fires in their camp. 12:29 Howbeit Jonathan and his company knew it not till the morning, for they saw the lights burning. 12:30 Then Jonathan pursued after them, but overtook them not, for they were gone over the river Eleutherus. 12:31 Wherefore Jonathan turned to the Arabians, who were called Zabadians, and smote them, and took their spoils. 12:32 And removing thence, he came to Damascus, and so passed through all the country. 12:33 Simon also went forth, and passed through the country unto Ascalon, and the holds there adjoining, from whence he turned aside to Joppa, and won it. 12:34 For he had heard that they would deliver the hold unto them that took Demetrius' part, wherefore he set a garrison there to keep it. 12:35 After this came Jonathan home again, and calling the elders of the people together, he consulted with them about building strongholds in Judea. 12:36 And making the walls of Jerusalem higher, and raising a great mount between the tower and the city, for to separate it from the city, that so it might be alone, that men might neither sell nor buy in it. 12:37 Upon this they came together to build up the city, forasmuch as part of the wall toward the brook on the east side was fallen down, and they repaired that which was called Caphanatha. 12:38 Simon also set up Adida in Cephela, and made it strong with gates and bars. 12:39 Now Tryphon went about to get the kingdom of Asia, and to kill Antiochus the king, that he might set the crown upon his own head. 12:40 Howbeit, he was afraid that Jonathan would not suffer him, and that he would fight against him, wherefore he sought a way how to take Jonathan, that he might kill him, so he removed, and came to Bethsan. 12:41 Then Jonathan went out to meet him with 40,000 men chosen for the battle, and came to Bethsan. 1242 Now, when Tryphon saw Jonathan came with so great a force, he durst not stretch his hand against him. 1243 But received him honorably, and commended him unto all his friends, and gave him gifts, and commanded his men of war to be as obedient unto him as to himself. 1244 Unto Jonathan also he said, Why hast thou brought all this people to so great trouble, seeing there is no war betwixt us? 1245 Therefore send them now home again, and choose a few men to wait on thee, and come thou with me to Ptolemais, for I will give it thee and the rest of the strongholds and forces, and all that have any charge. As for me, I will return and depart, for this is the cause of my coming. 1246 So Jonathan, believing him, did as he bade him, and sent away his host, who went into the land of Judea. 1247 And with himself he retained but 3,000 men, of whom he sent 2,000 into Galilee, and 1,000 went with him. 1248 Now as soon as Jonathan entered into Ptolemais, they of Ptolemais shut the gates, and took him, and all them that came with him they slew with the sword. 1249 Then sent Tryphon an host of footmen and horsemen into Galilee, and into the great plain, to destroy all Jonathan's company. 1250 But when they knew that Jonathan and they that were with him were taken and slain, they encouraged one another, and went close together, prepared to fight. 1251 They therefore that followed upon them, perceiving that they were ready to fight for their lives, turned back again. 1252 Whereupon they all came into the land of Judea peaceably, and there they bewailed Jonathan and them that were with him, and they were sore afraid, wherefore all Israel made great lamentation. 1253 Then all the heathen that were round about then sought to destroy them, for said they have no captain, nor any to help them now, therefore let us make war upon them, and take away their memorial from among men. 131 Now, when Simon heard that Tryphon had gathered together a great host to invade the land of Judea and destroy it. 132 And saw that the people was in great trembling and fear, he went up to Jerusalem, and gathered the people together. 133 And gave them exhortation, saying, Ye yourselves know what great things I and my brethren and my father's house have done for the laws, and the sanctuary, the battles also, and troubles which we have seen. 134 By reason whereof all my brethren are slain for Israel's sake, and I am left alone. 135 Now, therefore be it far from me that I should spare mine own life in any time of trouble, for I am no better than my brethren. 136 Doubtless I will avenge my nation, and the sanctuary, and our wives, and our children, for all the heathen are gathered to destroy us of very malice. 137 Now, as soon as the people heard these words, their spirit revived. 138 And they answered with a loud voice, saying, Thou shalt be our leader, instead of Judas and Jonathan, thy brother. 139 Fight thou our battles, and whatsoever thou commandest us, that will we do. 13:10 So then he gathered together all the men of war, and made haste to finish the walls of Jerusalem, and he fortified it round about. 13:11 Also he sent Jonathan the son of Absalom, and with him a great power to Joppa, who casting out them that were therein remained there in it. 13:12 So Tryphon removed from Ptolemais with a great power to invade the land of Judea, and Jonathan was with him in ward. 13:13 But Simon pitched his tents at Adada over against the plain. 13:14 Now, when Tryphon knew that Simon was risen up instead of his brother Jonathan, and meant to join battle with him, he sent messengers unto him, saying, 13:15 Whereas we have Jonathan thy brother in hold, it is for money that he is owing unto the king's treasure, concerning the business that was committed unto him. 13:16 Wherefore now send 100 talents of silver, and 2 of his sons for hostages, that when he is at liberty, he may not revolt from us, and we will let him go. 13:17 Hereupon Simon, albeit he perceived that they spake deceitfully unto him, yet sent he the money, and the children, lest peradventure he should procure to himself great hatred of the people. 13:18, who might have said, because I sent him not the money, and the children, therefore is Jonathan dead. 13:19, so he sent them the children, and the 100 talents, howbeit Tryphon dissembled, neither would he let Jonathan go. 13:20, and after this came Tryphon to invade the land, and destroy it, going round about by the way that leadeth unto Adora. But Simon and his host marched against him in every place wheresoever he went. 13:21, now they that were in the tower sent messengers unto Tryphon to the end, that he should hasten his coming unto them by the wilderness, and send them victuals. 13:22, wherefore Tryphon made ready all his horsemen to come that night. But there fell a very great snow by reason, whereof he came not, so he departed, and came into the country of Galaad. 13:23, and when he came near to Bascama, he slew Jonathan, who was buried there. 13:24, afterward Tryphon returned, and went into his own land. 13:25, then sent Simon, and took the bones of Jonathan his brother, and buried them in Modin, the city of his fathers. 13:26, and all Israel made great lamentation for him, and bewailed him many days. 13:27, Simon also built a monument upon the sepulchre of his father and his brethren, and raised it aloft to the site, with hewn stone behind and before. 13:28, moreover, he set up 7 pyramids, one against another, for his father and his mother, and his 4 brethren. 13:29, and in these he made cunning devices, about the which he set great pillars, and upon the pillars he made all their armor for a perpetual memory, and by the armor ships carved, that they might be seen of all that sail on the sea. 13:30, this is the sepulchre which he made at Modin, and it standeth yet unto this day. 13:31, now Tryphon dealt deceitfully with the young king Antiochus, and slew him. 13:32, and he reigned in his stead, and crowned himself king of Asia, and brought a great calamity upon the land. 13:33, then Simon built up the strongholds in Judea, and fenced them about with high towers, and great walls, and gates, and bars, and laid up victuals therein. 13:34, moreover Simon chose men, and sent to King Demetrius to the end he should give the land an immunity, because all that Tryphon did was to spoil. 13:35, unto whom King Demetrius answered, and wrote after this manner. 13:36, King Demetrius unto Simon the high priest and friend of kings, as also unto the elders and nation of the Jews sendeth greeting. 13:37, the golden crown and the scarlet robe, which he sent unto us, we have received, and we are ready to make a steadfast peace with you, yea, and to write unto our officers to confirm the immunities which we have granted. 13:38, and whatsoever covenants we have made with you shall stand, and the strongholds which ye have builded shall be your own. 13:39, as for any oversight or fault committed unto this day, we forgive it, and the crown tax also which ye owe us, and if there were any other tribute paid in Jerusalem, it shall no more be paid. 13:40, and look, who are meet among you to be in our court, let them be enrolled, and let there be peace betwixt us. 13:41, thus the yoke of the heathen was taken away from Israel in the 170th year. 13:42, then the people of Israel began to write in their instruments and contracts in the first year of Simon, the high priest, the governor and leader of the Jews. 13:43, in those days Simon camped against Gaza, and besieged it round about. He made also an engine of war, and set it by the city, and battered a certain tower, and took it. 13:44, and they that were in the engine leaped into the city, whereupon there was a great uproar in the city. 13:45, insomuch as the people of the city rent their clothes, and climbed upon the walls with their wives and children, and cried with a loud voice, beseeching Simon to grant them peace. 13:46, and they said, deal not with us according to our wickedness, but according to thy mercy. 1347, so Simon was appeased toward them, and fought no more against them, but put them out of the city, and cleansed the houses wherein the idols were, and so entered into it with songs and thanksgiving. 1348, yea, he put all uncleanness out of it, and placed such men there as would keep the law, and made it stronger than it was before, and built therein a dwelling place for himself. 1349, they also of the tower in Jerusalem were kept so strait that they could neither come forth, nor go into the country, nor buy nor sell, wherefore they were in great distress for want of victuals, and a great number of them perished through famine. 1350, then cried they to Simon, beseeching him to be at one with them, which thing he granted them, and when he had put them out from thence, he cleansed the tower from pollutions. 1351, and entered into it the 23 day of the 2nd month, in the 171st year, with thanksgiving and branches of palm trees, and with harps and cymbals, and with viols and hymns and songs, because there was destroyed a great enemy out of Israel. 1352, he ordained also that that day should be kept every year with gladness. Moreover, the hill of the temple that was by the tower he made stronger than it was, and there he dwelt himself with his company. 1353, and when Simon saw that John his son was a valiant man, he made him captain of all the hosts, and he dwelt in Gazara. 141 now, in the 163 year, King Demetrius gathered his forces together, and went into Media to get him help to fight against Tryphon. 142, but when Arsaces the king of Persia and Media heard that Demetrius was entered within his borders, he sent one of his princes to take him alive. 143, who went and smote the host of Demetrius, and took him, and brought him to Arsaces, by whom he was put in ward. 144, as for the land of Judea, that was quiet all the days of Simon, for he sought the good of his nation in such wise, as that evermore his authority and honor pleased them well. 145, and as he was honorable in all his acts, so in this, that he took Joppa for an haven, and made an entrance to the isles of the sea. 146, and enlarged the bounds of his nation, and recovered the country. 147, and gathered together a great number of captives, and had the dominion of Gazara and Bethsara, and the tower out of the which he took all uncleanness, neither was there any that resisted him. 148, then did they till their ground in peace, and the earth gave her increase, and the trees of the field their fruit. 149, the ancient men sat all in the streets, communing together of good things, and the young men put on glorious and warlike apparel. 1410, he provided victuals for the cities, and set in them all manner of munition, so that his honorable name was renowned unto the end of the world. 1411, he made peace in the land, and Israel rejoiced with great joy. 1412, for every man sat under his vine and his fig tree, and there was none to fray them. 1413, neither was there any left in the land to fight against them, yea, the kings themselves were overthrown in those days. 1414, moreover, he strengthened all those of his people that were brought low the law he searched out, and every contemner of the law and wicked person he took away. 1415, he beautified the sanctuary and multiplied vessels of the temple. 1416 now, when it was heard at Rome, and as far as Sparta that Jonathan was dead, they were very sorry. 1417, but as soon as they heard that his brother Simon was made high priest in his stead, and ruled the country and the cities therein. 1418, they wrote unto him in tables of brass to renew the friendship and league which they had made with Judas and Jonathan his brethren. 1419, which writings were read before the congregation at Jerusalem. 1420, and this is the copy of the letters that the Lacedaemonians sent the rulers of the Lacedaemonians with the city unto Simon the high priest, and the elders and priests and residue of the people of the Jews, our brethren, send greeting. 1421, the ambassadors that were sent unto our people certified us of your glory and honor, wherefore we were glad of their coming. 1422, and did register the things that they spake in the council of the people in this manner: Numenius son of Antiochus, and Antipater son of Jason, the Jews' ambassadors, came unto us to renew the friendship they had with us. 1423, and it pleased the people to entertain the men honorably, and to put the copy of their ambassage in public records, to the end the people of the Lacedaemonians might have a memorial thereof. Furthermore, we have written a copy thereof unto Simon the high priest. 1424, after this Simon sent Numenius to Rome with a great shield of gold, of 1,000 pound weight, to confirm the league with them. 1425, whereof, when the people heard, they said, What thanks shall we give to Simon and his sons? 1426, for he and his brethren and the house of his father have established Israel, and chased away in fight their enemies from them, and confirmed their liberty. 1427, so then they wrote it in tables of brass, which they set upon pillars in Mount Sion. And this is the copy of the writing, the 18th day of the month Elul, in the 113th year, being the 3rd year of Simon the high priest. 1428, at Saramel, in the great congregation of the priests and people and rulers of the nation and elders of the country, were these things notified unto us. 1429, forasmuch as oftentimes there have been wars in the country, wherein for the maintenance of their sanctuary, and the lost Simon, the son of Mattathias of the posterity of Jarib, together with his brethren, put themselves in jeopardy, and resisting the enemies of their nation, did their nation great honor. 1430, for after that Jonathan, having gathered his nation together, and been their high priest, was added to his people. 1431, their enemies prepared to invade their country, that they might destroy it, and lay hands on the sanctuary. 1432, at which time Simon rose up and fought for his nation, and spent much of his own substance, and armed the valiant men of his nation, and gave them wages. 1433, and fortified the cities of Judea together with Bethsara, that lieth upon the borders of Judea, where the armor of the enemies had been before, but he set a garrison of Jews there. 1434, moreover, he fortified Joppa, which lieth upon the sea, and Gazara, that bordereth upon Azotus, where the enemies had dwelt before, but he placed Jews there, and furnished them with all things convenient for the reparation thereof. 1435, the people therefore, seeing the acts of Simon, and unto what glory he thought to bring his nation, made him their governor and chief priest, because he had done all these things, and for the justice and faith which he kept to his nation, and for that he sought by all means to exalt his people. 1436, for in his time things prospered in his hands, so that the heathen were taken out of their country, and they also that were in the city of David in Jerusalem, who had made themselves a tower out of which they issued, and polluted all about the sanctuary, and did much hurt in the holy place. 1437, but he placed Jews therein, and fortified it for the safety of the country and the city, and raised up the walls of Jerusalem. 1438, King Demetrius also confirmed him in the high priesthood, according to those things. 1439, and made him one of his friends, and honored him with great honor. 1440, for he had heard say that the Romans had called the Jews their friends and confederates and brethren, and that they had entertained the ambassadors of Simon honorably. 1441 also, that the Jews and priests were well pleased, that Simon should be their governor and high priest forever, until there should arise a faithful prophet. 1442, moreover, that he should be their captain, and should take charge of the sanctuary, to set them over their works, and over the country, and over the armor, and over the fortresses, that I say he should take charge of the sanctuary. 1443, beside this, that he should be obeyed of every man, and that all the writings in the country should be made in his name, and that he should be clothed in purple and wear gold. 1444 also, that it should be lawful for none of the people or priests to break any of these things, or to gainsay his words, or to gather an assembly in the country without him, or to be clothed in purple, or wear a buckle of gold. 1445, and whosoever should do otherwise, or break any of these things, he should be punished. 1446, thus it liked all the people to deal with Simon, and to do as hath been said. 1447, then Simon accepted hereof, and was well pleased to be high priest, and captain and governor of the Jews and priests, and to defend them all. 1448, so they commanded that this writing should be put in tables of brass, and that they should be set up within the compass of the sanctuary in a conspicuous place. 1449, also that the copies thereof should be laid up in the treasury to the end, that Simon and his sons might have them. 151, moreover Antiochus son of Demetrius, the king sent letters from the isles of the sea unto Simon the priest and prince of the Jews, and to all the people. 152, the contents whereof were these: King Antiochus, to Simon the high priest and prince of his nation, and to the people of the Jews greeting. 153, forasmuch as certain pestilent men have usurped the kingdom of our fathers, and my purpose is to challenge it again, that I may restore it to the old estate, and to that end have gathered a multitude of foreign soldiers together, and prepared ships of war. 154, my meaning also being to go through the country, that I may be avenged of them that have destroyed it, and made many cities in the kingdom desolate. 155, now therefore I confirm unto thee all the oblations, which the kings before me granted thee, and whatsoever gifts besides they granted. 156, I give thee leave also to coin money for thy country with thine own stamp. 157, and as concerning Jerusalem and the sanctuary, let them be free, and all the armor that thou hast made and fortresses, that thou hast built and keepest in thine hands, let them remain unto thee. 158, and if anything be or shall be owing to the king, let it be forgiven thee from this time forth for evermore. 159, furthermore, when we have obtained our kingdom, we will honor thee and thy nation, and thy temple with great honor, so that your honor shall be known throughout the world. 1510, in the 114th year, went Antiochus into the land of his fathers, at which time all the forces came together unto him, so that few were left with Tryphon. 1511, wherefore being pursued by King Antiochus, he fled unto Dora, which lieth by the sea side. 1512, for he saw that troubles came upon him all at once, and that his forces had forsaken him. 1513, then camped Antiochus against Dora, having with him 120,000 men of war, and 8,000 horsemen. 1514, and when he had compassed the city round about, and joined ships close to the town on the sea side, he vexed the city by land, and by sea neither suffered he any to go out or in. 1515, in the mean season, came Numenius, and his company from Rome, having letters to the kings and countries wherein were written these things. 1516, Lucius consul of the Romans, unto King Ptolemy greeting. 1517, the Jews' ambassadors, our friends and confederates, came unto us to renew the old friendship and league, being sent from Simon the high priest, and from the people of the Jews. 1518, and they brought a shield of gold of 1,000 pound. 1519, we thought it good therefore to write unto the kings and countries, that they should do them no harm, nor fight against them their cities or countries, nor yet aid their enemies against them. 1520, it seemed also good to us to receive the shield of them. 1521, if therefore there be any pestilent fellows that have fled from their country, unto you deliver them unto Simon the high priest, that he may punish them according to their own law. 1522, the same things wrote he likewise unto Demetrius the king, and Attalus, to Ariarathes and Arsaces. 1523, and to all the countries, and to Sampsames and the Lacedaemonians, and to Delus and Mindus and Sicyon and Caria and Samos and Pamphylia and Lycia, and Halicarnassus and Rhodus and Phaseles and Cos and Side and Aradus and Gortina, and Cnidus and Cyprus and Cyrene. 1524, and the copy hereof they wrote to Simon the high priest. 1525, so Antiochus, the king camped against Dor the second day, assaulting it continually, and making engines, by which means he shut up Tryphon, that he could neither go out nor in. 1526, at that time Simon sent him 2,000 chosen men to aid him, silver also and gold, and much armor. 1527, nevertheless he would not receive them, but brake all the covenants which he had made with him afore, and became strange unto him. 1528, furthermore, he sent unto him Athenobius, one of his friends, to commune with him, and say, ye withhold Joppa and Gazara, with the tower that is in Jerusalem, which are cities of my realm. 1529, the borders thereof ye have wasted, and done great hurt in the land, and got the dominion of many places within my kingdom. 1530, now therefore deliver the cities which ye have taken, and the tributes of the places whereof ye have gotten dominion, without the borders of Judea. 1531, or else give me for them 500 talents of silver, and for the harm that ye have done, and the tributes of the cities, other 500 talents, if not we will come and fight against you. 1532, so Athenobius, the king's friend, came to Jerusalem, and when he saw the glory of Simon, and the cupboard of gold and silver plate, and his great attendance, he was astonished, and told him the king's message. 1533, then answered Simon, and said unto him, we have neither taken other men's land, nor holden that which appertaineth to others, but the inheritance of our fathers, which our enemies had wrongfully in possession a certain time. 1534, wherefore, we having opportunity hold the inheritance of our fathers. 1535, and whereas thou demandest Joppa and Gazara, albeit they did great harm unto the people in our country, yet will we give thee 100 talents for them. Hereunto Athenobius answered him not a word. 1536, but returned in a rage to the king, and made report unto him of these speeches, and of the glory of Simon, and of all that he had seen, whereupon the king was exceeding wroth. 1537, in the meantime fled Tryphon by ship unto Orthosias. 1538, then the king made Cendebeus captain of the sea coast, and gave him an host of footmen and horsemen. 1539, and commanded him to remove his host toward Judea. Also he commanded him to build up Cedron, and to fortify the gates, and to war against the people. But as for the king himself, he pursued Tryphon. 1540, so Cendebeus came to Jamnia, and began to provoke the people, and to invade Judea, and to take the people prisoners, and slay them. 1541, and when he had built up Cedru, he set horsemen there, and an host of footmen to the end, that issuing out they might make outroads upon the ways of Judea, as the king had commanded him. 161, then came up John from Gazara, and told Simon his father what Cendebeus had done. 162, wherefore Simon called his 2 eldest sons Judas and John, and said unto them, I and my brethren and my father's house have ever from our youth unto this day fought against the enemies of Israel, and things have prospered so well in our hands that we have delivered Israel oftentimes. 163, but now I am old, and ye by God's mercy are of a sufficient age, be ye instead of me and my brother, and go and fight for our nation, and the help from heaven be with you. 164, so he chose out of the country 20,000 men of war with horsemen, who went out against Cendebeus, and rested that night at Mardin. 165, and when as they rose in the morning, and went into the plain, behold a mighty great host, both of footmen and horsemen, came against them, howbeit there was a water brook betwixt them. 166, so he and his people pitched over against them, and when he saw that the people were afraid to go over the water brook, he went first over himself, and then the men seeing him passed through after him. 167, that done he divided his men, and set the horsemen in the midst of the footmen, for the enemies' horsemen were very many. 168, then sounded they with the holy trumpets, whereupon Cendebeus and his host were put to flight, so that many of them were slain, and the remnant gat them to the stronghold. 169 At that time was Judas John's brother wounded, but John still followed after them, until he came to Cedron, which Sendebius had built. 1610 So they fled even unto the towers in the fields of Azotus, wherefore he burned it with fire, so that there were slain of them about 2,000 men. Afterward he returned into the land of Judea in peace. 1611 Moreover, in the plain of Jericho was Ptolemaeus the son of Abubis made captain, and he had abundance of silver and gold. 1612 For he was the high priest's son-in-law. 1613 Wherefore his heart being lifted up, he thought to get the country to himself, and thereupon consulted deceitfully against Simon and his sons to destroy them. 1614 Now Simon was visiting the cities that were in the country, and taking care for the good ordering of them, at which time he came down himself to Jericho with his sons Mattathias and Judas, in the 117th year, in the 11th month, called Sabbat. 1615 Where the son of Abubis receiving them deceitfully into a little hold called Docus, which he had built, made them a great banquet, howbeit he had hid men there. 1616 So when Simon and his sons had drunk largely, Ptolemy and his men rose up and took their weapons, and came upon Simon into the banqueting place, and slew him and his 2 sons and certain of his servants. 1617 In which doing he committed a great treachery, and recompensed evil for good. 1618 Then Ptolemy wrote these things, and sent to the king that he should send him an host to aid him, and he would deliver him the country and cities. 1619 He sent others also to Gazara to kill John, and unto the tribunes he sent letters to come unto him, that he might give them silver and gold and rewards. 1620 And others he sent to take Jerusalem and the mountain of the temple. 1621 Now one had run afore to Gazara, and told John that his father and brethren were slain, and quoth, He told me hath sent to slay thee also. 1622 Hereof when he heard he was sore astonished, so he laid hands on them that were come to destroy him, and slew them, for he knew that they sought to make him away. 1623 As concerning the rest of the acts of John, and his wars, and worthy deeds which he did, and the building of the walls which he made, and his doings. 1624 Behold, these are written in the chronicles of his priesthood, from the time he was made high priest after his father. The second book of the Maccabees. 11 The brethren, the Jews that be at Jerusalem, and in the land of Judea, wish unto the brethren, the Jews that are throughout Egypt, health and peace. 12 God be gracious unto you, and remember his covenant that he made with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob his faithful servants. 13 And give you all an heart to serve him, and to do his will with a good courage and a willing mind. 14 And open your hearts in his law and commandments, and send you peace. 15 And hear your prayers, and be at one with you, and never forsake you in time of trouble. 16 And now we be here praying for you. 17 What time as Demetrius reigned in the 169th year, we the Jews wrote unto you in the extremity of trouble that came upon us in those years, from the time that Jason and his company revolted from the Holy Land and kingdom. 18 And burned the porch and shed innocent blood. Then we prayed unto the Lord, and were heard. We offered also sacrifices and fine flour, and lighted the lamps, and set forth the loaves. 19 And now see that ye keep the feast of tabernacles in the month Caslu. 110 In the 184th year, the people that were at Jerusalem and in Judea, and the council and Judas, sent greeting and health unto Aristobulus King Ptolemaeus master, who was of the stock of the anointed priests, and to the Jews that were in Egypt. 111 Insomuch as God hath delivered us from great perils, we thank him highly, as having been in battle against a king. 112 For he cast them out that fought within the holy city. 113 For when the leader was come into Persia, and the army with him that seemed invincible, they were slain in the temple of Nania by the deceit of Nania's priests. 114, for Antiochus, as though he would marry her, came into the place, and his friends that were with him to receive money in name of a dowry. 115, which when the priests of Nania had set forth, and he was entered with a small company into the compass of the temple, they shut the temple as soon as Antiochus was come in. 116, and opening a privy door of the roof, they threw stones like thunderbolts, and struck down the captain, hewed them in pieces, smote off their heads, and cast them to those that were without. 117, blessed be our God in all things, who hath delivered up the ungodly. 118, therefore, whereas we are now purposed to keep the purification of the temple, upon the 25th day of the month Caslu, we thought it necessary to certify you thereof, that ye also might keep it as the feast of the tabernacles, and of the fire which was given us, when Nehemiah offered sacrifice, after that he had builded the temple and the altar. 119, for when our fathers were led into Persia, the priests that were then devout took the fire of the altar privily, and hid it in an hollow place of a pit, without water, where they kept it sure, so that the place was unknown to all men. 120 now, after many years, when it pleased God, Nehemiah, being sent from the king of Persia, did send of the posterity of those priests that had hid it to the fire. But when they told us, they found no fire but thick water. 121, then commanded he them to draw it up, and to bring it, and when the sacrifices were laid on Nehemiah, commanded the priests to sprinkle the wood, and the things laid thereupon with the water. 122, when this was done, and the time came that the sun shone, which afore was hid in the cloud, there was a great fire kindled, so that every man marveled. 123, and the priests made a prayer, whilst the sacrifice was consuming, I say both the priests, and all the rest, Jonathan beginning, and the rest answering thereunto, as Nehemiah's Roman 99,924. And the prayer was after this manner, O Lord, Lord God, Creator of all things, who art fearful and strong and righteous and merciful, and the only and gracious King. 125, the only giver of all things, the only just, almighty, and everlasting, thou, that deliverest Israel from all trouble, and didst choose the fathers and sanctify them. 126, receive the sacrifice for thy whole people, Israel, and preserve thine own portion, and sanctify it. 127, gather those together that are scattered from us, deliver them that serve among the heathen, look upon them that are despised and abhorred, and let the heathen know that thou art our God. 128, punish them that oppress us, and with pride do us wrong. 129, plant thy people again in thy holy place, as Moses hath spoken. 130, and the priests sung psalms of thanksgiving. 131, now, when the sacrifice was consumed, Nehemiah commanded the water that was left to be poured on the great stones. 132, when this was done, there was kindled a flame, but it was consumed by the light that shined from the altar. 133, so when this matter was known, it was told the king of Persia, that in the place where the priests that were led away had hid the fire, there appeared water, and that Nehemiah had purified the sacrifices therewith. 134, then the king, enclosing the place, made it holy, after he had tried the matter. 135, and the king took many gifts, and bestowed thereof on those whom he would gratify. 136, and Nehemiah called this thing Naphtha, which is as much as to say a cleansing, but many men call it Nephi. 21, it is also found in the records that Jeremy the prophet commanded them that were carried away to take of the fire, as it hath been signified. 22, and how that the prophet, having given them the law, charged them not to forget the commandments of the Lord, and that they should not err in their minds when they see images of silver and gold with their ornaments. 23, and with other such speeches exhorted he them, that the law should not depart from their hearts. 24, it was also contained in the same writing that the prophet, being warned of God, commanded the tabernacle, and the ark to go with him, as he went forth into the mountain, where Moses climbed up, and saw the heritage of God. 25. And when Jeremy came thither, he found an hollow cave, wherein he laid the tabernacle and the ark, and the altar of incense, and so stopped the door. 26. And some of those that followed him came to mark the way, but they could not find it. 27. Which when Jeremy perceived, he blamed them, saying, As for that place, it shall be unknown, until the time that God gather his people again together, and receive them unto mercy. 28. Then shall the Lord show them these things, and the glory of the Lord shall appear, and the cloud also, as it was showed under Moses, and as when Solomon desired that the place might be honorably sanctified. 29. It was also declared that he being wise offered the sacrifice of dedication, and of the finishing of the temple. 210. And as when Moses prayed unto the Lord, the fire came down from heaven, and consumed the sacrifices, even so prayed Solomon also, and the fire came down from heaven, and consumed the burnt offerings. 211. And Moses said, Because the sin offering was not to be eaten, it was consumed. 212. So Solomon kept those 8 days. 213. The same things also were reported in the writings and commentaries of Nehemiah, and how he founding a library gathered together the acts of the kings, and the prophets, and of David, and the epistles of the kings concerning the holy gifts. 214. In like manner, also Judas gathered together all those things that were lost by reason of the war we had, and they remain with us. 215. Wherefore, if ye have need thereof, send some to fetch them unto you. 216. Whereas we then are about to celebrate the purification we have written unto you, and ye shall do well if ye keep the same days. 217. We hope also that the God that delivered all his people, and gave them all an heritage, and the kingdom, and the priesthood, and the sanctuary. 218. As he promised in the law, will shortly have mercy upon us, and gather us together out of every land under heaven into the holy place, for he hath delivered us out of great troubles, and hath purified the place. 219. Now as concerning Judas Maccabeus, and his brethren, and the purification of the great temple, and the dedication of the altar. 220. And the wars against Antiochus Epiphanes, and Eupator his son. 221. And the manifest signs that came from heaven unto those that behaved themselves manfully to their honor for Judaism, so that being but a few they overcame the whole country, and chased barbarous multitudes. 222. And recovered again the temple renowned all the world over, and freed the city, and upheld the laws, which were going down, the Lord being gracious unto them with all favor. 223. All these things I say being declared by Jason of Cyrene in 5 books, we will assay to abridge in 1 volume. 224. For considering the infinite number, and the difficulty which they find that desire to look into the narrations of the story, for the variety of the matter. 225. We have been careful that they that will read may have delight, and that they that are desirous to commit to memory might have ease, and that all into whose hands it comes might have profit. 226. Therefore to us that have taken upon us this painful labor of abridging it was not easy, but a matter of sweat and watching. 227. Even as it is no ease unto him that prepareth a banquet and seeketh the benefit of others, yet for the pleasuring of many we will undertake gladly this great pains. 228. Leaving to the author the exact handling of every particular, and laboring to follow the rules of an abridgment. 229. For, as the master builder of a new house must care for the whole building, but he that undertaketh to set it out, and paint it must seek out fit things for the adorning thereof, even so I think it is with us. 230. To stand upon every point, and go over things at large, and to be curious in particulars, belongeth to the first author of the story. 231. But to use brevity and avoid much laboring of the work, is to be granted to him that will make an abridgment. 232. Here then will we begin the story, only adding thus much to that which hath been said, that it is a foolish thing to make a long prologue, and to be short in the story itself. 31 Now, when the holy city was inhabited with all peace, and the laws were kept very well, because of the godliness of Onias, the high priest, and his hatred of wickedness. 32 It came to pass that even the kings themselves did honor the place, and magnify the temple with their best gifts. 33 Insomuch that Seleucus of Asia of his own revenues bare all the costs belonging to the service of the sacrifices. 34 But one Simon of the tribe of Benjamin, who was made governor of the temple, fell out with the high priest about disorder in the city. 35 And when he could not overcome Onias, he gat him to Apollonius, the son of Thracias, who then was governor of Celesyria and Phenis. 36 And told him that the treasury in Jerusalem was full of infinite sums of money, so that the multitude of their riches, which did not pertain to the account of the sacrifices, was innumerable, and that it was possible to bring all into the king's hand. 37 Now, when Apollonius came to the king, and had showed him of the money, whereof he was told, the king chose out Heliodorus his treasurer, and sent him with a commandment to bring him the foresaid money. 38 So forthwith Heliodorus took his journey, under a colour of visiting the cities of Celesyria and Phenis, but indeed to fulfill the king's purpose. 39 And when he was come to Jerusalem, and had been courteously received of the high priest of the city, he told him what intelligence was given of the money, and declared, wherefore he came and asked, if these things were so indeed. 310 Then the high priest told him that there was such money laid up for the relief of widows and fatherless children. 311 And that some of it belonged to Hyrcanus son of Tobias, a man of great dignity, and not as that wicked Simon had misinformed, the sum whereof in all was 400 talents of silver and 200 of gold. 312 And that it was altogether impossible that such wrongs should be done unto them that had committed it to the holiness of the place, and to the majesty and inviolable sanctity of the temple honored over all the world. 313 But Heliodorus, because of the king's commandment given him, said that in any wise it must be brought into the king's treasury. 314 So at the day which he appointed, he entered into order this matter, wherefore there was no small agony throughout the whole city. 315 But the priests prostrating themselves before the altar in their priests' vestments, called unto heaven upon him that made a law concerning things given to be kept, that they should safely be preserved for such as had committed them to be kept. 316 Then whoso had looked the high priest in the face, it would have wounded his heart for his countenance, and the changing of his colour declared the inward agony of his mind. 317 For the man was so compassed with fear and horror of the body, that it was manifest to them that looked upon him what sorrow he had now in his heart. 318 Others ran flocking out of their houses to the general supplication, because the place was like to come into contempt. 319 And the women girt with sackcloth under their breasts abounded in the streets, and the virgins that were kept in ran some to the gates, and some to the walls, and others looked out of the windows. 320 And all holding their hands toward heaven made supplication. 321 Then it would have pitied a man to see the falling down of the multitude of all sorts, and the fear of the high priest being in such an agony. 322 They then called upon the Almighty Lord to keep the things committed of trust safe and sure for those that had committed them. 323 Nevertheless, Heliodorus executed that which was decreed. 324 Now, as he was there present himself with his guard about the treasury, the Lord of spirits, and the Prince of all power, caused a great apparition, so that all that presumed to come in with him were astonished at the power of God, and fainted, and were sore afraid. 325 For there appeared unto them an horse with a terrible rider upon him, and adorned with a very fair covering, and he ran fiercely and smote at Heliodorus with his forefeet, and it seemed that he that sat upon the horse had complete harness of gold. 326. Moreover, 2 other young men appeared before him, notable in strength, excellent in beauty, and comely in apparel, who stood by him on either side, and scourged him continually, and gave him many sore stripes. 327. And Heliodorus fell suddenly unto the ground, and was compassed with great darkness, but they that were with him took him up, and put him into a litter. 328. Thus him that lately came with a great train, and with all his guard into the said treasury, they carried out, being unable to help himself with his weapons, and manifestly they acknowledged the power of God. 329. For he by the hand of God was cast down, and lay speechless, without all hope of life. 330. But they praised the Lord that had miraculously honored his own place, for the temple, which a little afore was full of fear and trouble, when the Almighty Lord appeared, was filled with joy and gladness. 331. Then straightways certain of Heliodorus' friends prayed Onias, that he would call upon the Most High to grant him his life, who lay ready to give up the ghost. 332. So the high priest, suspecting lest the king should misconceive that some treachery had been done to Heliodorus, by the Jews offered a sacrifice for the health of the man. 333. Now, as the high priest was making an atonement, the same young men in the same clothing appeared, and stood beside Heliodorus, saying, Give Onias the high priest great thanks, insomuch as for his sake the Lord hath granted thee life. 334. And seeing that thou hast been scourged from heaven, declare unto all men the mighty power of God. And when they had spoken these words, they appeared no more. 335. So Heliodorus, after he had offered sacrifice unto the Lord, and made great vows unto him that had saved his life, and saluted Onias, returned with his host to the king. 336. Then testified he to all men the works of the great God, which he had seen with his eyes. 337. And when the king asked Heliodorus, who might be a fit man to be sent, yet once again to Jerusalem, he said, 338. If thou hast any enemy or traitor, send him thither, and thou shalt receive him well scourged, if he escape with his life, for in that place, no doubt, there is an especial power of God. 339. For he that dwelleth in heaven hath his eye on that place, and defendeth it, and he beateth and destroyeth them that come to hurt it. 340. And the things concerning Heliodorus, and the keeping of the treasury, fell out on this sort. 41. This Simon now, of whom we spake afore, having been a betrayer of the money, and of his country slandered Onias, as if he had terrified Heliodorus, and been the worker of these evils. 42. Thus was he bold to call him a traitor, that had deserved well of the city, and tendered his own nation, and was so zealous of the laws. 43. But when their hatred went so far, that by one of Simon's faction murders were committed. 44. Onias, seeing the danger of this contention, and that Apollonius, as being the governor of Celesyria and Phenice, did rage and increase Simon's malice. 45. He went to the king, not to be an accuser of his countrymen, but seeking the good of all, both public and private. 46. For he saw that it was impossible that the state should continue quiet, and Simon leave his folly, unless the king did look thereunto. 47. But after the death of Seleucus, when Antiochus, called Epiphanes, took the kingdom, Jason, the brother of Onias, labored underhand to be high priest. 48. Promising unto the king by intercession 360 talents of silver, and of another revenue 80 talents. 49. Beside this, he promised to assign 150 more, if he might have license, to set him up a place for exercise, and for the training up of youth in the fashions of the heathen, and to write them of Jerusalem by the name of Antiochians. 410. Which when the king had granted, and he had gotten into his hand the rule, he forthwith brought his own nation to the Greekish fashion. 411. And the royal privileges granted of special favor to the Jews, by the means of John, the father of Eupalmus, who went ambassador to Rome for amity and aid, he took away, and putting down the governments which were according to the law, he brought up new customs against the law. 412. For he built gladly a place of exercise under the tower itself, and brought the chief young men under his subjection, and made them wear a hat. 413. Now such was the height of Greek fashions and increase of heathenish manners, through the exceeding profaneness of Jason, that ungodly wretch, and no high priest. 414. That the priests had no courage to serve any more at the altar, but despising the temple, and neglecting the sacrifices, hastened to be partakers of the unlawful allowance, in the place of exercise, after the game of discus, called them forth. 415. Not setting by the honors of their fathers, but liking the glory of the Grecians best of all. 416. By reason whereof sore calamity came upon them, for they had them to be their enemies and avengers, whose custom they followed so earnestly, and unto whom they desired to be like in all things. 417. For it is not a light thing to do wickedly against the laws of God, but the time following shall declare these things. 418. Now, when the game that was used every 5th year was kept at Tyrus, the king being present. 419. This ungracious Jason sent special messengers from Jerusalem, who were Antiochians, to carry 300 drams of silver to the sacrifice of Hercules, which even the bearers thereof thought fit not to bestow upon the sacrifice, because it was not convenient, but to be reserved for other charges. 420. This money then, in regard of the sender, was appointed to Hercules' sacrifice, but because of the bearers thereof, it was employed to the making of galleys. 421. Now, when Apollonius, the son of Menesthius, was sent into Egypt for the coronation of King Ptolemaeus Philometor Antiochus, understanding him not to be well affected to his affairs, provided for his own safety, whereupon he came to Joppa, and from thence to Jerusalem. 422. Where he was honorably received of Jason and of the city, and was brought in with torch alight, and with great shoutings, and so afterward went with his host unto Phenice. 423. 3 years afterward, Jason sent Menelaus, the aforesaid Simon's brother, to bear the money unto the king, and to put him in mind of certain necessary matters. 424. But he being brought to the presence of the king, when he had magnified him for the glorious appearance of his power, got the priesthood to himself, offering more than Jason by 300 talents of silver. 425. So he came with the king's mandate, bringing nothing worthy the high priesthood, but having the fury of a cruel tyrant and the rage of a savage beast. 426. Then Jason, who had undermined his own brother, being undermined by another, was compelled to flee into the country of the Ammonites. 427. So Menelaus got the principality, but as for the money that he had promised unto the king, he took no good order for it, albeit Sistrates, the ruler of the castle, required it. 428. For unto him appertained the gathering of the customs, wherefore they were both called before the king. 429. Now Menelaus left his brother Lysimachus in his stead in the priesthood, and Sostratus left Crates, who was governor of the Cyprians. 430. While those things were in doing, they of Tarsus and Malos made insurrection, because they were given to the king's concubine called Antiochus. 431. Then came the king in all haste to appease matters, leaving Andronicus, a man in authority, for his deputy. 432. Now Menelaus, supposing that he had gotten a convenient time, stole certain vessels of gold out of the temple, and gave some of them to Andronicus, and some he sold into Tyrus and the cities round about. 433. Which when Onias knew of a surety, he reproved him, and withdrew himself into a sanctuary at Daphne that lieth by Antiochia. 434. Wherefore Menelaus, taking Andronicus apart, prayed him to get Onias into his hands, who being persuaded thereunto, and coming to Onias in deceit, gave him his right hand with oaths, and though he was suspected by him, yet persuaded he him to come forth of the sanctuary, whom forthwith he shut up without regard of justice. 435. For the which cause not only the Jews, but many also of other nations took great indignation, and were much grieved for the unjust murder of the man. 436. And when the king was come again from the places about Cilicia, the Jews that were in the city and certain of the Greeks that abhorred the fact also complained, because Onias was slain without cause. 437. Therefore Antiochus was heartily sorry and moved to pity, and wept because of the sober and modest behavior of him that was dead. 438. And being kindled with anger forthwith, he took away Andronicus his purple, and rent off his clothes, and leading him through the whole city unto that very place where he had committed impiety against Onias, there slew he the cursed murderer. Thus the Lord rewarded him his punishment as he had deserved. 439. Now, when many sacrileges had been committed in the city by Lysimachus, with the consent of Menelaus, and the bruit thereof was spread abroad, the multitude gathered themselves together against Lysimachus, many vessels of gold being already carried away. 440. Whereupon the common people rising, and being filled with rage, Lysimachus armed about 3,000 men, and began first to offer violence one Oranus, being the leader, a man far gone in years, and no less in folly. 441. They then seeing the attempt of Lysimachus, some of them caught stones, some clubs, others taking handfuls of dust that was next at hand, cast them all together upon Lysimachus, and those that set upon them. 442. Thus many of them they wounded, and some they struck to the ground, and all of them they forced to flee. But as for the churchrobber himself, him they killed beside the treasury. 443. Of these matters, therefore, there was an accusation laid against Menelaus. 444. Now, when the king came to Tyrus, 3 men that were sent from the Senate pleaded the cause before him. 445. But Menelaus, being now convicted, promised Ptolemy, the son of Dorymenes, to give him much money if he would pacify the king toward him. 446. Whereupon Ptolemy, taking the king aside into a certain gallery, as it were to take the air, brought him to be of another mind. 447. Insomuch that he discharged Menelaus from the accusations, who notwithstanding was cause of all the mischief, and those poor men, who if they had told their cause, yea, before the Scythians should have been judged innocent, them he condemned to death. 448. Thus they that followed the matter for the city, and for the people, and for the holy vessels, did soon suffer unjust punishment. 449. Wherefore even they of Tyrus, moved with hatred of that wicked deed, caused them to be honorably buried. 450. And so through the covetousness of them that were of power, Menelaus remained still in authority, increasing in malice, and being a great traitor to the citizens. 51. About the same time Antiochus prepared his second voyage into Egypt. 52. And then it happened that through all the city for the space almost of 40 days there were seen horsemen running in the air in cloth of gold, and armed with lances like a band of soldiers. 53. And troops of horsemen in array encountering and running one against another with shaking of shields, and multitude of pikes, and drawing of swords, and casting of darts, and glittering of golden ornaments, and harness of all sorts. 54. Wherefore every man prayed that that apparition might turn to good. 55. Now, when there was gone forth a false rumor, as though Antiochus had been dead, Jason took at the least 1,000 men, and suddenly made an assault upon the city, and they that were upon the walls being put back, and the city at length taken, Menelaus fled into the castle. 56. But Jason slew his own citizens without mercy, not considering that to get the day of them of his own nation would be a most unhappy day for him, but thinking they had been his enemies, and not his countrymen whom he conquered. 57. Howbeit for all this, he obtained not the principality, but at the last received shame for the reward of his treason, and fled again into the country of the Ammonites. 58 In the end, therefore, he had an unhappy return, being accused before Aretas, the king of the Arabians, fleeing from city to city, pursued of all men, hated as a forsaker of the laws, and being had in abomination as an open enemy of his country and countrymen, he was cast out into Egypt. 59 Thus he that had driven many out of their country perished in a strange land, retiring to the Lacedaemonians, and thinking there to find succor by reason of his kindred. 510 And he that had cast out many unburied had none to mourn for him, nor any solemn funerals at all, nor sepulchre with his fathers. 511 Now, when this that was done came to the king's ear, he thought that Judea had revolted, whereupon, removing out of Egypt in a furious mind, he took the city by force of arms. 512 And commanded his men of war not to spare such as they met, and to slay such as went up upon the houses. 513 Thus there was killing of young and old, making away of men, women, and children, slaying of virgins and infants. 514 And they were destroyed within the space of 3 whole days 80,000, whereof 40,000 were slain in the conflict, and no fewer sold than slain. 515 Yet was he not content with this, but presumed to go into the most holy temple of all the world, Menelaus, that traitor to the laws, and to his own country, being his guide. 516 And taking the holy vessels with polluted hands, and with profane hands pulling down the things that were dedicated by other kings to the augmentation and glory and honor of the place, he gave them away. 517 And so haughty was Antiochus in mind, that he considered not that the Lord was angry for a while for the sins of them that dwelt in the city, and therefore his eye was not upon the place. 518 For had they not been formerly wrapped in many sins, this man, as soon as he had come, had forthwith been scourged, and put back from his presumption, as Heliodorus was, whom Seleucus the king sent to view the treasury. 519 Nevertheless, God did not choose the people for the place's sake, but the place for the people's sake. 520 And therefore the place itself, that was partaker with them of the adversity that happened to the nation, did afterward communicate in the benefits sent from the Lord. And as it was forsaken in the wrath of the Almighty, so again, the great Lord being reconciled, it was set up with all glory. 521 So when Antiochus had carried out of the temple 1,800 talents, he departed in all haste unto Antiochia, weening in his pride to make the land navigable, and the sea passable by foot, such was the haughtiness of his mind. 522 And he left governors to vex the nation at Jerusalem, Philip for his country, a Phrygian, and for manners more barbarous than he that set him there. 523 And at Garizim Andronicus, and besides Menelaus, who worse than all the rest, bare an heavy hand over the citizens, having a malicious mind against his countrymen, the Jews. 524 He sent also that detestable ringleader Apollonius, with an army of 22,000, commanding him to slay all those that were in their best age, and to sell the women and the younger sort. 525 Who coming to Jerusalem, and pretending peace, did forbear till the holy day of the Sabbath, when taking the Jews keeping holy day, he commanded his men to arm themselves. 526 And so he slew all them that were gone to the celebrating of the Sabbath, and running through the city with weapons slew great multitudes. 527 But Judas Maccabeus with 9 others or thereabout withdrew himself into the wilderness, and lived in the mountains after the manner of beasts with his company, who fed on herbs continually, lest they should be partakers of the pollution. 61 Not long after this, the king sent an old man of Athens to compel the Jews to depart from the laws of their fathers, and not to live after the laws of God. 62 And to pollute also the temple in Jerusalem, and to call it the temple of Jupiter Olympius, and that in Garizim of Jupiter, the defender of strangers, as they did desire that dwelt in the place. 63. The coming in of this mischief was sore and grievous to the people. 64. For the temple was filled with riot and reveling by the Gentiles who dallied with harlots, and had to do with women within the circuit of the holy places, and besides that brought in things that were not lawful. 65. The altar also was filled with profane things, which the law forbiddeth. 66. Neither was it lawful for a man to keep Sabbath days or ancient fasts, or to profess himself at all to be a Jew. 67. And in the day of the king's birth every month they were brought by bitter constraint to eat of the sacrifices, and when the fast of Bacchus was kept, the Jews were compelled to go in procession to Bacchus carrying ivy. 68. Moreover, there went out a decree to the neighbor cities of the heathen, by the suggestion of Ptolemy against the Jews, that they should observe the same fashions, and be partakers of their sacrifices. 69. And whoso would not conform themselves to the manners of the Gentiles should be put to death, then might a man have seen the present misery. 610. For there were 2 women brought who had circumcised their children, whom, when they had openly led round about the city, the babes hanging at their breasts, they cast them down headlong from the wall. 611. And others that had run together into caves near by to keep the Sabbath day secretly being discovered by Philip, were all burnt together, because they made a conscience to help themselves for the honor of the most sacred day. 612. Now I beseech those that read this book, that they be not discouraged for these calamities, but that they judge those punishments not to be for destruction, but for a chastening of our nation. 613. For it is a token of his great goodness, when wicked doers are not suffered any long time, but forthwith punished. 614. For not as with other nations, whom the Lord patiently forbeareth to punish, till they be come to the fullness of their sins, so dealeth he with us. 615. Lest that being come to the height of sin, afterwards he should take vengeance of us. 616. And therefore he never withdraweth his mercy from us, and though he punish with adversity, yet doth he never forsake his people. 617. But let this that we had spoken be for a warning unto us, and now will we come to the declaring of the matter in a few words. 618. Eleazar, one of the principal scribes, an aged man, and of a well-favored countenance, was constrained to open his mouth, and to eat swine's flesh. 619. But he choosing rather to die gloriously than to live stained with such an abomination spit it forth, and came of his own accord to the torment. 620. As it behoved them to come, that are resolute to stand out against such things as are not lawful for love of life to be tasted. 621. But they that had the charge of that wicked feast for the old acquaintance they had with the man taking him aside, besought him to bring flesh of his own provision, such as was lawful for him to use, and make as if he did eat of the flesh, taken from the sacrifice commanded by the king. 622. That in so doing he might be delivered from death, and for the old friendship with them find favor. 623. But he began to consider discreetly, and as became his age, and the excellency of his ancient years, and the honor of his grey head, whereunto he was come, and his most honest education from a child, or rather the holy law made, and given by God. Therefore he answered accordingly, and willed them straightways to send him to the grave. 624. For it becometh not our age, said he, in any wise to dissemble, whereby many young persons might think that Eleazar, being 80 years old and 10, were now gone to a strange religion. 625. And so they through mine hypocrisy and desire to live a little time, and a moment longer should be deceived by me, and I get a stain to mine old age, and make it abominable. 626. For though for the present time I should be delivered from the punishment of men, yet should I not escape the hand of the Almighty, neither alive nor dead. 627. Wherefore now manfully changing this life, I will show myself such an one as mine age requireth. 628. And leave a notable example to such as be young to die willingly, and courageously for the honorable and holy laws. And when he had said these words immediately, he went to the torment. 629. They that led him changing the good will, they bear him a little before into hatred, because the foresaid speeches proceeded, as they thought, from a desperate mind. 630. But when he was ready to die with stripes he groaned, and said, It is manifest unto the Lord that hath the holy knowledge, that whereas I might have been delivered from death, I now endure sore pains in body by being beaten, but in soul am well content to suffer these things, because I fear him. 631. And thus this man died, leaving his death for an example of a noble courage, and a memorial of virtue not only unto young men, but unto all his nation. 71. It came to pass also that 7 brethren with their mother were taken, and compelled by the king against the law to taste swine's flesh, and were tormented with scourges and whips. 72. But one of them that spake first said thus, What wouldest thou ask or learn of us? We are ready to die rather than to transgress the laws of our fathers. 73. Then the king, being in a rage, commanded pans and cauldrons to be made hot. 74. Which forthwith being heated, he commanded to cut out the tongue of him that spake first, and to cut off the utmost parts of his body, the rest of his brethren, and his mother looking on. 75. Now, when he was thus maimed in all his members, he commanded him, being yet alive, to be brought to the fire, and to be fried in the pan. And as the vapor of the pan was for a good space dispersed, they exhorted one another with the mother to die manfully, saying thus. 76. The Lord God looketh upon us, and in truth hath comfort in us, as Moses in his song, which witness to their faces declared, saying, And he shall be comforted in his servants. 77. So when the first was dead after this number, they brought the second to make him a mocking stock. And when they had pulled off the skin of his head with the hair, they asked him, Wilt thou eat before thou be punished throughout every member of thy body? 78. But he answered in his own language, and said no. Wherefore he also received the next torment in order, as the former. Roman 99:99. And when he was at the last gasp, he said, Thou like a fury takest us out of this present life. But the King of the world shall raise us up, who have died for his laws, unto everlasting life. 710. After him was the third made a mocking stock, and when he was required, he put out his tongue, and that right soon, holding forth his hands manfully. 711. And said courageously, These I had from heaven, and for his laws I despised them, and from him I hope to receive them again. 712. Insomuch that the king and they that were with him marveled at the young man's courage, for that he nothing regarded the pains. 713. Now, when this man was dead, also they tormented and mangled the fourth in like manner. 714. So when he was ready to die, he said thus, It is good, being put to death by men, to look for hope from God, to be raised up again by him. As for thee, thou shalt have no resurrection to life. 715. Afterward they brought the fifth also, and mangled him. 716. Then looked he unto the king, and said, Thou hast power over men, thou art corruptible, thou doest what thou wilt, yet think not that our nation is forsaken of God. 717. But abide a while, and behold his great power, how he will torment thee and thy seed. 718. After him also they brought the sixth, who being ready to die said, Be not deceived without cause, for we suffer these things for ourselves, having sinned against our God. Therefore marvelous things are done unto us. 719. But think not thou that takest in hand to strive against God, that thou shalt escape unpunished. 720. But the mother was marvelous above all, and worthy of honorable memory, for when she saw her 7 sons slain within the space of one day, she bare it with a good courage, because of the hope that she had in the Lord. 721. Yea, she exhorted every one of them in her own language, filled with courageous spirits, and stirring up her womanish thoughts with a manly stomach, she said unto them. 722. I cannot tell how ye came into my womb, for I neither gave you breath nor life, neither was it I that formed the members of every one of you. 723. But doubtless, the Creator of the world who formed the generation of man and found out the beginning of all things will also of his own mercy give you breath and life again, as ye now regard not your own selves for his law's sake. 724. Now Antiochus, thinking himself despised and suspecting it to be a reproachful speech, whilst the youngest was yet alive, did not only exhort him by words, but also assured him with oaths that he would make him both a rich and a happy man if he would turn from the laws of his fathers, and that also he would take him for his friend and trust him with affairs. 725. But when the young man would in no case hearken unto him, the king called his mother, and exhorted her that she would counsel the young man to save his life. 726. And when he had exhorted her with many words, she promised him that she would counsel her son. 727. But she, bowing herself toward him, laughing the cruel tyrant to scorn, spake in her country language on this manner: O my son, have pity upon me, that bare thee 9 months in my womb, and gave thee such 3 years, and nourished thee, and brought thee up unto this age, and endured the troubles of education. 728. I beseech thee, my son, look upon the heaven and the earth, and all that is therein, and consider that God made them of things that were not, and so was mankind made likewise. 729. Fear not this tormentor, but being worthy of thy brethren, take thy death, that I may receive thee again in mercy with thy brethren. 730. Whiles she was yet speaking these words, the young man said, Whom wait ye? For I will not obey the king's commandment, but I will obey the commandment of the law that was given unto our fathers by Moses. 731. And thou, that hast been the author of all mischief against the Hebrews, shalt not escape the hands of God. 732. For we suffer because of our sins. 733. And though the living Lord be angry with us a little while for our chastening and correction, yet shall he be at one again with his servants. 734. But thou, O godless man, and of all other most wicked, be not lifted up without a cause, nor puffed up with uncertain hopes, lifting up thy hand against the servants of God. 735. For thou hast not yet escaped the judgment of Almighty God, who seeth all things. 736. For our brethren who now have suffered a short pain are dead under God's covenant of everlasting life, but thou through the judgment of God shalt receive just punishment for thy pride. 737. But I as my brethren offer up my body and life for the laws of our fathers, beseeching God that he would speedily be merciful unto our nation, and that thou by torments and plagues mayest confess that he alone is God. 738. And that in me and my brethren the wrath of the Almighty, which is justly brought upon our nation, may cease. 739. Then the king, being in a rage, handed him worse than all the rest, and took it grievously that he was mocked. 740. So this man died undefiled, and put his whole trust in the Lord. 740. One last of all after the sons, the mother died. 742. Let this be enough now to have spoken concerning the idolatrous feasts and the extreme tortures. 81. Then Judas Maccabeus, and they that were with him, went privily into the towns, and called their kinsfolks together, and took unto them all such as continued in the Jews' religion, and assembled about 6,000 men. 82. And they called upon the Lord, that he would look upon the people that was trodden down of all, and also pity the temple profaned of ungodly men. 83. And that he would have compassion upon the city sore defaced, and ready to be made even with the ground, and hear the blood that cried unto him. 84. And remember the wicked slaughter of harmless infants, and the blasphemies committed against his name, and that he would show his hatred against the wicked. 85. Now, when Maccabeus had his company about him, he could not be withstood by the heathen, for the wrath of the Lord was turned into mercy. 86. Therefore he came at unawares, and burnt up towns and cities, and got into his hands the most commodious places, and overcame, and put to flight no small number of his enemies. 87. But specially took he advantage of the night for such privy attempts, insomuch that the bruit of his manliness was spread everywhere. 88. So when Philip saw that this man increased by little and little, and that things prospered with him still more and more, he wrote unto Ptolemaeus, the governor of Celesyria and Phenice, to yield more aid to the king's affairs. 89. Then forthwith choosing Nicanor, the son of Patroclus, one of his special friends, he sent him with no fewer than 20,000 of all nations under him to root out the whole generation of the Jews. And with him he joined also Gorgias, a captain, who in matters of war had great experience. 810. So Nicanor undertook to make so much money of the captive Jews as should defray the tribute of 2,000 talents, which the king was to pay to the Romans. 811. Wherefore immediately he sent to the cities upon the sea coast, proclaiming a sale of the captive Jews, and promising that they should have 80 bodies for 1 talent, not expecting the vengeance that was to follow upon him from the Almighty God. 812. Now, when word was brought unto Judas of Nicanor's coming, and he had imparted unto those that were with him that the army was at hand. 813. They that were fearful and distrusted the justice of God fled, and conveyed themselves away. 814. Others sold all that they had left, and withal besought the Lord to deliver them, being sold by the wicked Nicanor before they met together. 815. And if not for their own sakes, yet for the covenants he had made with their fathers, and for his holy and glorious name's sake by which they were called. 816. So Maccabees called his men together unto the number of 6,000, and exhorted them not to be stricken with terror of the enemy, nor to fear the great multitude of the heathen who came wrongly against them, but to fight manfully. 817. And to set before their eyes the injury that they had unjustly done to the holy place, and the cruel handling of the city, whereof they made a mockery, and also the taking away of the government of their forefathers. 818. For they said, he trust in their weapons and boldness, but our confidence is in the Almighty, who at a beck can cast down both them that come against us, and also all the world. 819. Moreover, he recounted unto them what helps their forefathers had found, and how they were delivered when under Sennacherib 180,000 perished. 820. And he told them of the battle that they had in Babylon with the Galatians, how they came but 8,000 in all to the business, with 4,000 Macedonians, and that the Macedonians, being perplexed the 8,000, destroyed 120,000, because of the help that they had from heaven, and so received a great booty. 821. Thus, when he had made them bold with these words, and ready to die for the law and the country, he divided his army into 4 parts. 822. And joined with himself his own brethren leaders of each band, to wit Simon and Joseph and Jonathan, giving each one 1,500 men. 823. Also he appointed Eleazar to read the holy book, and when he had given them this watchword, the help of God himself, leading the first band, he joined battle with Nicanor. 824. And by the help of the Almighty they slew above 9,000 of their enemies, and wounded and maimed the most part of Nicanor's host, and so put all to flight. 825. And took their money that came to buy them, and pursued them far, but lacking time they returned. 826. For it was the day before the Sabbath, and therefore they would no longer pursue them. 827. So when they had gathered their armor together, and spoiled their enemies, they occupied themselves about the Sabbath, yielding exceeding praise, and thanks to the Lord, who had preserved them unto that day, which was the beginning of mercy distilling upon them. 828. And after the Sabbath, when they had given part of the spoils to the maimed, and the widows and orphans the residue, they divided among themselves and their servants. 829. When this was done, and they had made a common supplication, they besought the merciful Lord to be reconciled with his servants forever. 830. Moreover, of those that were with Timotheus and Bacchides, who fought against them, they slew above 20,000, and very easily got high and strong holds, and divided among themselves many spoils more, and made the maimed orphans widows, yea, and the aged also equal in spoils with themselves. 831. And when they had gathered their armor together, they laid them up all carefully in convenient places, and the remnant of the spoils they brought to Jerusalem. 832. They slew also Philachus, that wicked person who was with Timotheus, and had annoyed the Jews many ways. 833. Furthermore, at such time as they kept the feast for the victory in their country, they burnt Callisthenes, that had set fire upon the holy gates, who had fled into a little house, and so he received a reward meet for his wickedness. 834. As for that most ungracious Nicanor, who had brought 1,000 merchants to buy the Jews. 835. He was through the help of the Lord brought down by them, of whom he made least account, and putting off his glorious apparel, and discharging his company, he came like a fugitive servant through the midland unto Antioch, having very great dishonor, for that his host was destroyed. 836. Thus he that took upon him to make good to the Romans their tribute by means of captives in Jerusalem, told abroad that the Jews had God to fight for them, and therefore they could not be hurt, because they followed the laws that he gave them. 91. About that time came Antiochus with dishonor out of the country of Persia. 92. For he had entered the city called Persepolis, and went about to rob the temple, and to hold the city, whereupon the multitude running to defend themselves with their weapons, put them to flight. And so it happened that Antiochus, being put to flight of the inhabitants, returned with shame. 93. Now, when he came to Ecbatane, news was brought him what had happened unto Nicanor and Timotheus. 94. Then swelling with anger, he thought to avenge upon the Jews the disgrace done unto him by those that made him flee. Therefore commanded he his chariotmen to drive without ceasing, and to dispatch the journey, the judgment of God now following him, for he had spoken proudly in this sort, that he would come to Jerusalem, and make it a common burying place of the Jews. 95. But the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, smote him with an incurable and invisible plague, or as soon as he had spoken these words, a pain of the bowels that was remediless came upon him, and sore torments of the inner parts. 96. And that most justly, for he had tormented other men's bowels with many and strange torments. 97. Howbeit he nothing at all ceased from his bragging, but still was filled with pride, breathing out fire in his rage against the Jews, and commanding to haste the journey. But it came to pass that he fell down from his chariot, carried violently, so that having a sore fall, all the members of his body were much pained. 98. And thus he that a little afore thought he might command the waves of the sea, so proud was he beyond the condition of man, and weigh the high mountains in a balance, was now cast on the ground, and carried in an horselitter, showing forth unto all the manifest power of God. 99. So that the worms rose up out of the body of this wicked man, and whiles he lived in sorrow and pain his flesh fell away, and the filthiness of his smell was noisome to all his army. 910. And the man that thought a little afore he could reach to the stars of heaven, no man could endure to carry for his intolerable stink. 911. Here therefore being plagued, he began to leave off his great pride, and to come to the knowledge of himself, by the scourge of God, his pain increasing every moment. 912. And when he himself could not abide his own smell, he said these words, It is meet to be subject unto God, and that a man that is mortal should not proudly think of himself, if he were God. 913. This wicked person vowed also unto the Lord, who now no more would have mercy upon him, saying thus. 914. That the holy city to the which he was going in haste to lay it even with the ground, and to make it a common burying place, he would set at liberty. 915. And as touching the Jews whom he had judged not worthy so much as to be buried, but to be cast out with their children, to be devoured of the fowls and wild beasts, he would make them all equals to the citizens of Athens. 916, and the holy temple which before he had spoiled, he would garnish with goodly gifts, and restore all the holy vessels with many more, and out of his own revenue defray the charges belonging to the sacrifices. 917, yea, and that also he would become a Jew himself, and go through all the world that was inhabited, and declare the power of God. 918, but for all this his pains would not cease, for the just judgment of God was come upon him. Therefore, despairing of his health, he wrote unto the Jews the letter underwritten, containing the form of a supplication, after this manner. 919, Antiochus, king and governor, to the good Jews his citizens wisheth much joy, health, and prosperity. 920, if ye and your children fare well, and your affairs be to your contentment, I give very great thanks to God, having my hope in heaven. 921, as for me I was weak, or else I would have remembered kindly your honor and good will, returning out of Persia, and being taken with a grievous disease, I thought it necessary to care for the common safety of all. 922, not distrusting mine health, but having great hope to escape this sickness. 923, but considering that even my father at what time he led an army into the high countries, appointed a successor. 924, to the end, that if anything fell out contrary to expectation, or if any tidings were brought that were grievous, they of the land, knowing to whom the state was left, might not be troubled. 925 again, considering how that the princes that are borderers and neighbors unto my kingdom wait for opportunities, and expect what shall be the event, I have appointed my son Antiochus king, whom I often committed and commended unto many of you when I went up into the high provinces, to whom I have written as followeth. 926, therefore I pray and request you to remember the benefits that I have done unto you generally and in special, and that every man will be still faithful to me and my son. 927, for I am persuaded that he, understanding my mind, will favorably and graciously yield to your desires. 928, thus the murderer and blasphemer, having suffered most grievously, as he entreated other men, so died he a miserable death in a strange country in the mountains. 929, and Philip that was brought up with him carried away his body, who also fearing the son of Antiochus, went into Egypt to Ptolemais Philometor. 101, now Maccabees, and his company, the Lord guiding them, recovered the temple and the city. 102, but the altars which the heathen had built in the open street, and also the chapels they pulled down. 103, and having cleansed the temple, they made another altar, and striking stones, they took fire out of them, and offered a sacrifice after 2 years, and set forth incense and lights and showbread. 104, when that was done, they fell flat down, and besought the Lord that they might come no more into such troubles, but if they sinned any more against him, that he himself would chasten them with mercy, and that they might not be delivered unto the blasphemous and barbarous nations. 105, now upon the same day, that the strangers profaned the temple, on the very same day, it was cleansed again, even the 25th day of the same month, which is Caslu. 106, and they kept the 8 days with gladness, as in the feast of the tabernacles, remembering that not long afore they had held the feast of the tabernacles, when as they wandered in the mountains and dens like beasts. 107, therefore they bare branches and fair boughs and palms also, and sang psalms unto him that had given them good success in cleansing his place. 108, they ordained also by a common statute, and decree that every year those days should be kept of the whole nation of the Jews. 109, and this was the end of Antiochus, called Epiphanes. 10:10, now will we declare the acts of Antiochus Eupator, who was the son of this wicked man, gathering briefly the calamities of the war. 10:11, so when he was come to the crown, he set one Lysias over the affairs of his realm, and appointed him his chief governor of Celesyria and Phenice. 10:12, for Ptolemais, that was called Macron, choosing rather to do justice, unto the Jews for the wrong that had been done unto them, endeavored to continue peace with them. 1013 Whereupon, being accused of the king's friends before Eupator, and called traitor at every word, because he had left Cyprus that Philomela had committed unto him, and departed to Antiochus Epiphanes, and seeing that he was in no honorable place, he was so discouraged that he poisoned himself and died. 1014 But when Gorgias was governor of the holds, he hired soldiers and nourished war continually with the Jews. 1015 And therewithal the Idumeans having gotten into their hands the most commodious holds, kept the Jews occupied, and receiving those that were banished from Jerusalem, they went about to nourish war. 1016 Then they that were with Maccabees made supplication, and besought God that he would be their helper, and so they ran with violence upon the strongholds of the Idumeans. 1017 And assaulting them strongly, they won the holds, and kept off all that fought upon the wall, and slew all that fell into their hands, and killed no fewer than 20,000. 1018 And because certain who were no less than 9,000 were fled together into two very strong castles, having all manner of things convenient to sustain the siege. 1019 Maccabeus left Simon and Joseph, and Zacchaeus also, and them that were with him who were enough to besiege them, and departed himself unto those places which more needed his help. 1020 Now they that were with Simon, being led with covetousness, were persuaded for money through certain of those that were in the castle, and took 70,000 drams, and let some of them escape. 1021 But when it was told Maccabeus what was done, he called the governors of the people together, and accused those men that they had sold their brethren for money, and set their enemies free to fight against them. 1022 So he slew those that were found traitors, and immediately took the two castles. 1023 And having good success with his weapons, in all things he took in hand, he slew in the two holds more than 20,000. 1024 Now Timotheus, whom the Jews had overcome before, when he had gathered a great multitude of foreign forces and horses out of Asia, not a few came, as though he would take Jewry by force of arms. 1025 But when he drew near, they that were with Maccabeus turned themselves to pray unto God, and sprinkled earth upon their heads, and girded their loins with sackcloth. 1026 And fell down at the foot of the altar, and besought him to be merciful to them, and to be an enemy to their enemies, and an adversary to their adversaries, as the law declareth. 1027 So after the prayer they took their weapons, and went on further from the city, and when they drew near to their enemies, they kept by themselves. 1028 Now the sun being newly risen, they joined both together, the one part having together with their virtue their refuge, also unto the Lord, for a pledge of their success and victory, the other side making their rage leader of their battle. 1029 But when the battle waxed strong, there appeared unto the enemies from heaven 5 comely men upon horses with bridles of gold, and 2 of them led the Jews. 1030 And took Maccabeus betwixt them, and covered him on every side with their weapons, and kept him safe, but shot arrows and lightnings against the enemies, so that being confounded with blindness, and full of trouble, they were killed. 1031 And there were slain of footmen 20,000, and 500, and 600 horsemen. 1032 As for Timotheus himself, he fled into a very strong hold called Gazara, where Chereas was governor. 1033 But they that were with Maccabeus laid siege against the fortress courageously 4 days. 1034 And they that were within, trusting to the strength of the place, blasphemed exceedingly, and uttered wicked words. 1035 Nevertheless, upon the 5th day, early 20 young men of Maccabeus' company, inflamed with anger, because of the blasphemies, assaulted the wall manly, and with a fierce courage killed all that they met withal. 1036 Others likewise ascending after them, whiles they were busied with them, that were within, burnt the towers, and kindling fires, burnt the blasphemers alive, and others broke open the gates, and having received in the rest of the army, took the city. 1037 And killed Timotheus, that was hid in a certain pit, and Charias his brother with Apolophanes. 1038, when this was done, they praised the Lord with psalms and thanksgiving, who had done so great things for Israel, and given them the victory. 111, not long after the Elijahs, the king's protector and cousin, who also managed the affairs, took sore displeasure for the things that were done. 112, and when he had gathered about 80,000, with all the horsemen, he came against the Jews, thinking to make the city an habitation of the Gentiles. 113, and to make a gain of the temple, as of the other chapels of the heathen, and to set the high priesthood to sale every. 114, not at all considering the power of God, but puffed up with his 10,000s of footmen, and his thousands of horsemen, and his 80 elephants. 115, so he came to Judea, and drew near to Bethsara, which was a strong town, but distant from Jerusalem about 5 furlongs, and he laid sore siege unto it. 116 now, when they that were with Maccabees heard that he besieged the holds, they and all the people with lamentation and tears besought the Lord that he would send a good angel to deliver Israel. 117, then Maccabees himself first of all took weapons, exhorting the other, that they would jeopard themselves together with him to help their brethren, so they went forth together with a willing mind. 118, and as they were at Jerusalem, there appeared before them on horseback one, in white clothing, shaking his armor of gold. 119, then they praised the merciful God altogether, and took heart insomuch, that they were ready not only to fight with men, but with most cruel beasts, and to pierce through walls of iron. 11:10, thus they marched forward in their armor, having an helper from heaven, for the Lord was merciful unto them. 11:11, and giving a charge upon their enemies like lions, they slew 11,000 footmen and 1,600 horsemen, and put all the other to flight. 11:12, many of them also being wounded escaped naked, and Elijah himself fled away shamefully, and so escaped. 11:13, who as he was a man of understanding casting with himself, what loss he had had, and considering that the Hebrews could not be overcome, because the Almighty God helped them, he sent unto them. 11:14, and persuaded them to agree to all reasonable conditions, and promised that he would persuade the king that he must needs be a friend unto them. 11:15, then Maccabees consented to all that Elijah desired, being careful of the common good, and whatsoever Maccabees wrote unto Elijah concerning the Jews, the king granted it. 11:16, for there were letters written unto the Jews from Elijah to this effect: Elijah unto the people of the Jews sendeth greeting. 11:17, John and Absalom, who were sent from you, delivered me the petition subscribed, and made request for the performance of the contents thereof. 11:18, therefore what things soever were meet to be reported to the king, I have declared them, and he hath granted as much as might be. 11:19, and if then ye will keep yourselves loyal to the state hereafter, also will I endeavor to be a means of your good. 11:20, but of the particulars I have given order both to these and the other that came from me to commune with you. 11:21, fare ye well the 108 and 40th year, the 24th day of the month Dioscorinthius. 11:22, now the king's letter contained these words: King Antiochus unto his brother Elijah sendeth greeting. 11:23, since our Father is translated unto the gods, our will is that they that are in our realm live quietly, that every one may attend upon his own affairs. 11:24, we understand also that the Jews would not consent to our Father for to be brought unto the custom of the Gentiles, but had rather keep their own manner of living, for the which cause they require of us that we should suffer them to live after their own laws. 11:25, wherefore our mind is that this nation shall be in rest, and we have determined to restore them their temple, that they may live according to the customs of their forefathers. 11:26, thou shalt do well therefore to send unto them, and grant them peace, that when they are certified of our mind, they may be of good comfort, and ever go cheerfully about their own affairs. 11:27. And the letter of the king unto the nation of the Jews was after this manner: King Antiochus sendeth greeting unto the council and the rest of the Jews. 11:28. If ye fare well, we have our desire, we are also in good health. 11:29. Menelaus declared unto us that your desire was to return home and to follow your own business. 11:30. Wherefore they that will depart shall have safe conduct till the 30th day of Xanthicus with security. 11:31. And the Jews shall use their own kind of meats and laws, as before, and none of them any manner of ways shall be molested for things ignorantly done. 11:32. I have sent also Menelaus, that he may comfort you. 11:33. Fare ye well in the 148th year, and the 15th day of the month Xanthicus. 11:34. The Romans also sent unto them a letter containing these words: Quintus Memmius and Titus Manlius, ambassadors of the Romans, send greeting unto the people of the Jews. 11:35. Whatsoever Lysias the king's cousin hath granted therewith, we also are well pleased. 11:36. But touching such things as he judged to be referred to the king, after ye have advised thereof, send one forthwith, that we may declare as it is convenient for you, for we are now going to Antioch. 11:37. Therefore send some with speed, that we may know what is your mind. 11:38. Farewell this 140th year, the 15th day of the month Xanthicus. 121. When these covenants were made, Lysias went unto the king, and the Jews were about their husbandry. 122. But of the governors of several places, Timotheus and Apollonius, the son of Genius, also Hieronymus and Demophan, and beside them Nicanor the governor of Cyprus, would not suffer them to be quiet and live in peace. 123. The men of Joppa also did such an ungodly deed. They prayed the Jews that dwelt among them to go with their wives and children into the boats which they had prepared, as though they had meant them no hurt. 124. Who accepted of it, according to the common decree of the city, as being desirous to live in peace, and suspecting nothing. But when they were gone forth into the deep, they drowned no less than 200 of them. 125. When Judas heard of this cruelty done unto his countrymen, he commanded those that were with him to make them ready. 126. And calling upon God the righteous judge, he came against those murderers of his brethren, and burnt the haven by night, and set the boats on fire, and those that fled thither he slew. 127. And when the town was shut up, he went backward, as if he would return to root out all them of the city of Joppa. 128. But when he heard that the Jamnites were minded to do in like manner unto the Jews that dwelt among them. 129. He came upon the Jamnites also by night, and set fire on the haven, and the navy, so that the light of the fire was seen at Jerusalem 240 furlongs off. 12:10. Now, when they were gone from thence 9 furlongs in their journey, toward Timotheus, no fewer than 5,000 men on foot, and 500 horsemen of the Arabians set upon him. 12:11. Whereupon there was a very sore battle, but Judah's side, by the help of God, got the victory, so that the nomads of Arabia, being overcome, besought Judas for peace, promising both to give him cattle and to pleasure him otherwise. 12:12. Then Judas, thinking indeed that they would be profitable in many things, granted them peace, whereupon they shook hands, and so they departed to their tents. 12:13. He went also about to make a bridge to a certain strong city, which was fenced about with walls, and inhabited by people of divers countries, and the name of it was Caspes. 12:14. But they that were within it put such trust in the strength of the walls and provision of victuals, that they behaved themselves rudely toward them that were with Judas, railing and blaspheming, and uttering such words as were not to be spoken. 12:15. Wherefore Judas, with his company, calling upon the great Lord of the world, who without rams or engines of war did cast down Jericho in the time of Joshua, gave a fierce assault against the walls. 1216, and took the city by the will of God, and made unspeakable slaughters, insomuch that a lake 2 furlongs broad near adjoining thereunto, being filled full, was seen running with blood. 1217, then departed they from thence 750 furlongs, and came to Cheraka unto the Jews that are called Tubiani. 1218, but as for Timotheus, they found him not in the places, for before he had dispatched anything he departed from thence, having left a very strong garrison in a certain hold. 1219, howbeit Disitheus and Sosipater, who were of Maccabees captains, went forth, and slew those that Timotheus had left in the fortress, above 10,000 men. 1220, and Maccabees ranged his army by bands, and set them over the bands, and went against Timotheus, who had about him 120,000 men of foot, and 2,500 horsemen. 1221 now, when Timotheus had knowledge of Judah's coming, he sent the women and children and the other baggage unto a fortress called Carnion, for the town was hard to besiege and uneasy to come unto by reason of the straitness of all the places. 1222, but when Judas, his first band, came in sight, the enemies being smitten with fear and terror, through the appearing of him who seeth all things, fled amain, one running into this way another, that way so as that they were often hurt of their own men, and wounded with the points of their own swords. 1223, Judas also was very earnest in pursuing them, killing those wicked wretches, of whom he slew about 30,000 men. 1224, moreover Timotheus himself fell into the hands of Disitheus and Sosipater, whom he besought with much craft to let him go with his life, because he had many of the Jews' parents and the brethren of some of them, who, if they put him to death, should not be regarded. 1225, so when he had assured them with many words that he would restore them without hurt, according to the agreement, they let him go for the saving of their brethren. 1226, then Maccabeus marched forth to Carnion, and to the temple of Adargates, and there he slew 25,000 persons. 1227, and after he had put to flight, and destroyed them, Judas removed the host toward Ephron, a strong city, wherein Lysias abode, and a great multitude of divers nations, and the strong young men kept the walls, and defended them mightily, wherein also was great provision of engines and darts. 1228, but when Judas and his company had called upon Almighty God, who with his power breaketh the strength of his enemies, they won the city, and slew 25,000 of them that were within. 1229, from thence they departed to Scythopolis, which lieth 600 furlongs from Jerusalem. 1230, but when the Jews that dwelt there had testified that the Scythopolitans dealt lovingly with them, and entreated them kindly in the time of their adversity. 1231, they gave them thanks, desiring them to be friendly still unto them. And so they came to Jerusalem, the feast of the weeks approaching. 1232, and after the feast called Pentecost, they went forth against Gorgias, the governor of Idumea. 1233, who came out with 3,000 men of foot, and 400 horsemen. 1234, and it happened that in their fighting together, a few of the Jews were slain. 1235, at which time Disitheus, one of Basener's company, who was on horseback, and a strong man, was still upon Gorgias, and taking hold of his coat drew him by force. And when he would have taken that cursed man alive, a horseman of Thracia, coming upon him, smote off his shoulder, so that Gorgias fled unto Marissa. 1236 now, when they that were with Gorgias had fought long, and were weary, Judas called upon the Lord, that he would show himself to be their helper and leader of the battle. 1237, and with that he began in his own language, and sung psalms with a loud voice, and rushing unawares upon Gorgias' men, he put them to flight. 1238, so Judas gathered his host, and came into the city of Odolam, and when the 7th day came, they purified themselves, as the custom was, and kept the Sabbath in the same place. 1239, and upon the day following, as the use had been, Judas and his company came to take up the bodies of them that were slain, and to bury them with their kinsmen in their fathers' graves. 1240 Now, under the coats of every one that was slain, they found things consecrated to the idols of the Jamnites, which is forbidden the Jews by the law. Then every man saw that this was the cause wherefore they were slain. 1241 All men, therefore praising the Lord, the righteous judge, who had opened the things that were hid. 1242 Betook themselves unto prayer, and besought him that the sin committed might wholly be put out of remembrance. Besides, that noble Judas exhorted the people to keep themselves from sin, for so much as they saw before their eyes the things that came to pass for the sins of those that were slain. 1243 And when he had made a gathering throughout the company to the sum of 2,000 drams of silver, he sent it to Jerusalem to offer a sin offering, doing therein very well and honestly, in that he was mindful of the resurrection. 1244 For, if he had not hoped that they that were slain should have risen again, it had been superfluous and vain to pray for the dead. 1245 And also in that he perceived that there was great favor laid up for those that died godly, it was an holy and good thought, whereupon he made a reconciliation for the dead, that they might be delivered from sin. 131 In the 149th year, it was told Judas that Antiochus Eupator was coming with a great power into Judea. 132 And with him Lysias his protector and ruler of his affairs, having either of them a Grecian power of footmen 110,000, and horsemen 5,300, and elephants 22 and 300 chariots armed with hooks. 133 Menelaus also joined himself with them, and with great dissimulation encouraged Antiochus, not for the safeguard of the country, but because he thought to have been made governor. 134 But the King of Kings moved Antiochus' mind against this wicked wretch, and Lysias informed the king that this man was the cause of all mischief, so that the king commanded to bring him unto Berea, and to put him to death, as the manner is in that place. 135 Now there was in that place a tower of 50 cubits high, full of ashes, and it had a round instrument, which on every side hanged down into the ashes. 136 And whosoever was condemned of sacrilege, or had committed any other grievous crime, there did all men thrust him unto death. 137 Such a death it happened that wicked man to die, not having so much as burial in the earth, and that most justly. 138 For inasmuch as he had committed many sins about the altar, whose fire and ashes were holy, he received his death in ashes. 139 Now the king came with a barbarous and haughty mind to do far worse to the Jews than had been done in his father's time. 1310 Which things when Judas perceived, he commanded the multitude to call upon the Lord night and day, that if ever at any other time, he would now also help them, being at the point to be put from their law, from their country, and from the holy temple. 1311 And that he would not suffer the people that had even now been but a little refreshed to be in subjection to the blasphemous nations. 1312 So when they had all done this together, and besought the merciful Lord with weeping and fasting, and lying flat upon the ground 3 days long, Judas, having exhorted them, commanded they should be in a readiness. 1313 And Judas, being apart with the elders, determined, before the king's host should enter into Judea, and get the city to go forth, and try the matter in fight by the help of the Lord. 1314 So when he had committed all to the Creator of the world, and exhorted his soldiers to fight manfully even unto death, for the laws, the temple, the city, the country, and the commonwealth, he camped by Mardin. 1315 And having given the watchword to them that were about him, victory is of God, with the most valiant and choice young men, he went into the king's tent by night, and slew in the camp about 4,000 men, and the chiefest of the elephants, with all that were upon him. 1316 And at last they filled the camp with fear and tumult, and departed with good success. 1317 This was done in the break of the day, because the protection of the Lord did help him. 1318 Now, when the king had taken a taste of the manliness of the Jews, he went about to take the holds by policy. 1319, and marched toward Bethsara, which was a strong hold of the Jews, but he was put to flight, failed, and lost of his men. 1324, Judas had conveyed unto them that were in it such things as were necessary. 1321, but Rhodicus, who was in the Jews' host, disclosed the secrets to the enemies, therefore he was sought out, and when they had gotten him, they put him in prison. 1322, the king treated with them in Bethsara, the second time gave his hand, took theirs, departed, fought with Judas, was overcome. 1323, heard that Philip, who was left over the affairs in Antioch, was desperately bent, confounded, entreated the Jews, submitted himself, and sware to all equal conditions, agreed with them, and offered sacrifice, honored the temple, and dealt kindly with the place. 1324, and accepted well of Maccabees, made him principal governor from Ptolemais unto the Gerhenians. 1325, came to Ptolemais, the people, they were grieved for the covenants, for they stormed, because they would make their covenants void. 1326, Lysias went up to the judgment seat, said as much as could be in defense of the cause, persuaded, pacified, made them well affected, return to Antioch. Thus it went touching the kings coming and departing. 141, after 3 years, was Judas informed that Demetrius, the son of Seleucus, having entered by the haven of Tripolis with a great power and navy. 142, had taken the country and killed Antiochus, and Lysias his protector. 143, now one Alcimus, who had been high priest, and had defiled himself wilfully in the times of their mingling with the Gentiles, seeing that by no means he could save himself nor have any more access to the holy altar. 144, came to King Demetrius in the 151st year, presenting unto him a crown of gold and a palm, and also of the boughs which were used solemnly in the temple, and so that day he held his peace. 145, howbeit, having gotten opportunity to further his foolish enterprise, and being called into council by Demetrius, and asked how the Jews stood affected, and what they intended, he answered thereunto. 146, those of the Jews that he called Asidians, whose captain is Judas Maccabeus, nourish war, and are seditious, and will not let the realm be in peace. 147, therefore I, being deprived of mine ancestors' honor, I mean the high priesthood, am now come hither. 148, first, verily, for the unfeigned care I have of things pertaining to the king, and secondly, even for that I intend the good of mine own countrymen, for all our nation is in no small misery through the unadvised dealing of them aforesaid. 149, wherefore, O king, seeing thou knowest all these things, be careful for the country, and our nation, which is pressed on every side, according to the clemency that thou readily showest unto all. 1410, for, as long as Judas liveth, it is not possible that the state should be quiet. 1411, this was no sooner spoken of him, but others of the king's friends, being maliciously set against Judas, did more incense Demetrius. 1412, and forthwith calling Nicanor, who had been master of the elephants, and making him governor over Judea, he sent him forth. 1413, commanding him to slay Judas, and to scatter them that were with him, and to make Alcimus high priest of the great temple. 1414, then the heathen that had fled out of Judea from Judas came to Nicanor by flocks, thinking the harm and calamities of the Jews to be their welfare. 1415, now, when the Jews heard of Nicanor's coming, and that the heathen were up against them, they cast earth upon their heads, and made supplication to him that had established his people forever, and who always helpeth his portion, with manifestation of his presence. 1416, so at the commandment of the captain, they removed straightways from thence, and came near unto them at the town of Dissau. 1417, now Simon Judas' brother had joined battle with Nicanor, but was somewhat discomfited through the sudden silence of his enemies. 1418, nevertheless, Nicanor, hearing of the manliness of them that were with Judas, and the courageousness that they had to fight for their country durst not try the matter by the sword. 1419, wherefore he sent Posidonius and Theodotus and Mattathias to make peace. 1420, so when they had taken long advisement thereupon, and the captain had made the multitude acquainted therewith, and it appeared that they were all of one mind, they consented to the covenants. 1421, and appointed a day to meet in together by themselves, and when the day came, and stools were set for either of them. 1422, Ludars placed armed men ready in convenient places, lest some treachery should be suddenly practiced by the enemies, so they made a peaceable conference. 1423, now Nicanor abode in Jerusalem, and did no hurt, but sent away the people that came flocking unto him. 1424, and he would not willingly have Judas out of his sight, for he loved the man from his heart. 1425, he prayed him also to take a wife, and to beget children, so he married was quiet, and took part of this life. 1426, but Alcimus perceiving the love that was betwixt them, and considering the covenants that were made, came to Demetrius, and told him that Nicanor was not well affected toward the state, for that he had ordained Judas a traitor to his realm, to be the king's successor. 1427, then, the king being in a rage, and provoked with the accusations of the most wicked man, wrote to Nicanor, signifying that he was much displeased with the covenants, and commanding him that he should send Maccabeus prisoner in all haste unto Antioch. 1428, when this came to Nicanor's hearing, he was much confounded in himself, and took it grievously that he should make void the articles which were agreed upon, the man being in no fault. 1429, but because there was no dealing against the king, he watched his time to accomplish this thing by policy. 1430, notwithstanding, when Maccabeus saw that Nicanor began to be churlish unto him, and that he entreated him more roughly than he was wont, perceiving that such sour behavior came not of good, he gathered together not a few of his men, and withdrew himself from Nicanor. 1431, but the other, knowing that he was notably prevented by Judas' policy, came into the great and holy temple, and commanded the priests that were offering their usual sacrifices to deliver him the man. 1432, and when they sware that they could not tell where the man was whom he sought. 1433, he stretched out his right hand toward the temple, and made an oath in this manner, if ye will not deliver me Judas as a prisoner, I will lay this temple of God even with the ground, and I will break down the altar, and erect a notable temple unto Bacchus. 1434, after these words, he departed. Then the priests lifted up their hands toward heaven, and besought him that was ever a defender of their nation, saying in this manner. 1435, Thou, O Lord of all things, who hast need of nothing, wast pleased that the temple of thine habitation should be among us. 1436, Therefore now, O holy Lord of all holiness, keep this house ever undefiled, which lately was cleansed, and stop every unrighteous mouth. 1437, Now was there accused unto Nicanor one Rhases, one of the elders of Jerusalem, a lover of his countrymen, and a man of very good report, who for his kindness was called a father of the Jews. 1438, For in the former times, when they mingled not themselves with the Gentiles, he had been accused of Judaism, and did boldly jeopard his body and life, with all vehemency, for the religion of the Jews. 1439, So Nicanor, willing to declare the hate that he bare unto the Jews, sent above 500 men of war to take him. 1440, For he thought by taking him to do the Jews much hurt. 1441, Now, when the multitude would have taken the tower, and violently broken into the outer door, and bade that fire should be brought to burn it, he being ready to be taken on every side fell upon his sword. 1442, Choosing rather to die manfully than to come into the hands of the wicked, to be abused otherwise than beseemed his noble birth. 1443, But missing his stroke through haste, the multitude also rushing within the doors, he ran boldly up to the wall, and cast himself down manfully among the thickest of them. 1444, but they quickly giving back, and a space being made, he fell down into the midst of the void place. 1445, nevertheless, while there was yet breath within him, being inflamed with anger, he rose up, and though his blood gushed out like spouts of water, and his wounds were grievous, yet he ran through the midst of the throng, and standing upon a steep rock. 1446, when as his blood was now quite gone, he plucked out his bowels, and taking them in both his hands, he cast them upon the throng, and calling upon the Lord of life and spirit to restore him those again, he thus died. 151. But Nicanor, hearing that Judas and his company were in the strong places about Samaria, resolved without any danger to set upon them on the Sabbath day. 152. Nevertheless, the Jews that were compelled to go with him said, O, destroy not so cruelly and barbarously, but give honor to that day which he that seeth all things hath honored with holiness above all other days. 153. Then the most ungracious wretch demanded if there were a mighty one in heaven that had commanded the Sabbath day to be kept. 154. And when they said, there is in heaven a living Lord and mighty, who commanded the seventh day to be kept. 155. Then said the other, and I also am mighty upon earth, and I command to take arms, and to do the king's business, yet he obtained not to have his wicked will done. 156. So Nicanor, in exceeding pride and haughtiness, determined to set up a public monument of his victory over Judas and them that were with him. 157. But Maccabees had ever sure confidence that the Lord would help him. 158. Wherefore he exhorted his people not to fear the coming of the heathen against them, but to remember the help which in former times they had received from heaven, and now to expect the victory and aid which should come unto them from the Almighty. 159. And so comforting them out of the law and the prophets, and withal putting them in mind of the battles that they won afore, he made them more cheerful. 1510. And when he had stirred up their minds, he gave them their charge, showing them therewithal the falsehood of the heathen and the breach of oaths. 1511. Thus he armed every one of them not so much with defense of shields and spears, as with comfortable and good words, and beside that he told them a dream worthy to be believed, as if it had been so indeed, which did not a little rejoice them. 1512. And this was his vision, that Onias, who had been high priest, a virtuous and a good man, reverend in conversation, gentle, in condition well spoken also, and exercised from a child in all points of virtue, holding up his hands, prayed for the whole body of the Jews. 1513. This done in like manner, there appeared a man with grey hairs and exceeding glorious, who was of a wonderful and excellent majesty. 1514. Then Onias answered, saying, This is a lover of the brethren, who prayeth much for the people, and for the holy city, to wit Jeremias, the prophet of God. 1515. Whereupon Jeremias, holding forth his right hand, gave to Judas a sword of gold, and in giving it spake thus. 1516. Take this holy sword, a gift from God, with the which thou shalt wound the adversaries. 1517. Thus, being well comforted by the words of Judas, which were very good and able to stir them up to valor, and to encourage the hearts of the young men, they determined not to pitch camp, but courageously to set upon them, and manfully to try the matter by conflict, because the city and the sanctuary and the temple were in danger. 1518. For the care that they took for their wives and their children, their brethren and folks, was in least account with them, but the greatest and principal fear was for the holy temple. 1519. Also they that were in the city took not the least care, being troubled for the conflict abroad. 1520. And now when as all looked what should be the trial, and the enemies were already come near, and the army was set in array, and the beasts conveniently placed, and the horsemen set in wings. 1521. Maccabees, seeing the coming of the multitude, and the divers preparations of armor, and the fierceness of the beasts, stretched out his hands toward heaven, and called upon the Lord, that worketh wonders, knowing that victory cometh not by arms, but even as it seemeth good to him, he giveth it to such as are worthy. 15:22. Therefore in his prayer he said, After this manner, O Lord, thou didst send thine angel in the time of Ezekias king of Judea, and didst slay in the host of Sennacherib 184,005. 15:23. Wherefore now also, O Lord of heaven, send a good angel before us for a fear and dread unto them. 15:24. And through the might of thine arm let those be stricken with terror that come against thy holy people to blaspheme. And he ended thus. 15:25. Then Nicanor and they that were with him came forward with trumpets and songs. 15:26. But Judas and his company encountered the enemies with invocation and prayer. 15:27. So that fighting with their hands and praying unto God with their hearts, they slew no less than 35,000 men, for through the appearance of God they were greatly cheered. 15:28. Now, when the battle was done, returning again, with joy they knew that Nicanor lay dead in his harness. 15:29. Then they made a great shout and a noise, praising the Almighty in their own language. 15:30. And Judas, who was ever the chief defender of the citizens both in body and mind, and who continued his love toward his countrymen all his life, commanded to strike off Nicanor's head and his hand with his shoulder, and bring them to Jerusalem. 15:31. So when he was there, and called them of his nation together, and set the priests before the altar, he sent for them that were of the tower. 15:32. And showed them vile Nicanor's head, and the hand of that blasphemer, which with proud brags he had stretched out against the holy temple of the Almighty. 15:33. And when he had cut out the tongue of that ungodly Nicanor, he commanded that they should give it by pieces unto the fowls, and hang up the reward of his madness before the temple. 15:34. So every man praised toward the heaven the glorious Lord, saying, Blessed be he that hath kept his own place undefiled. 15:35. He hanged also Nicanor's head upon the tower, an evident and manifest sign unto all of the help of the Lord. 15:36. And they ordained all with a common decree in no case to let that day pass without solemnity, but to celebrate the 30th day of the 12th month, which in the Syrian tongue is called Adar, the day before Mardochius' day. 15:37. Thus went it with Nicanor, and from that time forth the Hebrews had the city in their power, and here will I make an end. 15:38. And if I have done well, and as is fitting the story, it is that which I desired, but if slenderly and meanly, it is that which I could attain unto. 15:39. For as it is hurtful to drink wine or water alone, and as wine mingled with water is pleasant and delighteth the taste, even so speech finely framed delighteth the ears of them that read the story, and here shall be an end.